Influencer
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan
Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
He won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political...
Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my God. What's going on, man? What's up, dude? Good to see you again. I know we enjoyed that, yeah. How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from home territory, home turf. It kind of feels like there is no home at this point. For me, home is where you make it type shit. But California, Los Angeles, folks, we are live. We are alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. I hope everyone's gotten their Hasanabi Piker disavows out of the way. Quick eye update. It's actually looking pretty good. Okay, I gotta show you this because, all right, this dog is so tired. She just got back from the park and she's just sitting there panting. Okay. Oh my Lord. Okay. Anyway, we're live. iPuff is good. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I certainly am. I'm going to tell you all about it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. But before I get into that, of course, it is 73 degrees, high UV radiation in sunny California, Los Angeles. It is Sunday, May 31st, 2026 is Sunday. Fun day. It's Sunday, super special, super secret stream day. I wasn't supposed to stream today, but I decided why not, considering that we have some elections coming up. But yeah, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. We're coming to you live from stolen Tongva territory. In any case, folks, say Nixon 5. I will not be saying such things. I will not be speaking out against the GOAT, the king. I'll be talking about that in a second, though. Yeah, so yesterday I ended the broadcast. You said no stream Sunday, like a bonus stream? Yeah, it is a bonus stream. This is the bonus Jonas. I'm the bonus Jonas. This is the bonus stream. You already know what's up. So, folks, let's get it twisted. Let's get it started. There's a lot to talk about, considering that the primaries are upon us. And, you're pretty low IQ. Nice. Great start to the Sunday. But yeah, what did I do last night is a question that many might be asking, because this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Well, let me tell you what I did. I ended the broadcast. I'm in New Jersey. I shifted the flights back because I was like, we got to get out of here. We got to come back early. And, so once I swapped the flights, I sat down. I got me some Wawa, and I sat down and I watched greatness happen. Now, a lot of you probably are familiar with this man. His name is Victor Wembanyama. but we know him as Wembanyama. That's right. I watched greatness take place last night. Yeah. From one champagne socialist to the next, you already know Victor Wembanyama. He went out there and he did the damn thing. The people's MVP. SGA was taken out last night. Spurs defeat Thunder in Game 7, set to face Knicks in the NBA Finals. Now, what's really interesting about this, of course, is that your boy's going to go see Wembanyama inside of Madison Square Garden. Just so you understand, I will be there. I will be there. Yeah. Secret announcement. Netanyahu down. This was incredible. Look at this. Look. Victor Wembanyama. Obviously, there's like some rivalry between Holmgren, Netanyahu, and Wembanyama. There's been a rivalry since their youth days, right? Where seemingly the Chetler stole the title from Wembanyama, and he basically had this resentment, his vendetta since those early days. Has been a rivalry. It's not a heated one, okay? Wembanyama over Chung Kai-Chet. Yeah. And we got to watch that last night. I didn't realize that Frenchmen can be so hateful. I'll be honest. Like, I think Wemby is genuinely redefining our understanding of France, the country, and French people in general. Because not only is he an alien, not only is he a fantastic player, but he's a little bit of a demonic entity. Okay? Because the way that he was operating up and down that court, I mean, god damn, dude. What the fuck? I mean, look. He very clearly got in Holmgren's head. Look at the way he was performing last night. Dom 2K says, and this is from May 18th. He says, I understand Chet want to hoop, but unfortunately, he's going to mentally have to participate in whatever this is Wemby got going on with him.
Go at him. There goes Holmgren at Wembanyama. Falls.
And it's not even there. It's not even just that, but it's also the fact that I saw Chet Holmgren miss 2 back-to-back free throw shots. When you do that, there's something else going on, right? Because these guys are professional athletes, top of the game. Like, you got the yips. If you miss 2 back-to-back free throw shots, there is something going on inside of your brain. Okay?
Go at him.
Look at him passing it off. He's like, no, don't give it to me. I don't want it. Let me reestablish. Oh no. Oh, god damn. Yeah, it's a home game. I don't know what the hell happened. Except for Shaq, buddy, the NBA has changed dramatically since the Shaq days. We're talking about 2 tall, lanky guys who can shoot, you know? It's the opposite of Shaq. Holmgren and Wemby are playing a very different sport than what Shaq was doing. Okay? In any case, it was a delight to watch. And I will say this, SGA is definitely one of the best players in the league. I mean, it's not even I don't think it's a controversial take at all. People will yell at me. I think it's more annoying that he's such a flop merchant considering how insanely good he is. And it's fucking annoying. It's probably even more annoying that he's so goddamn good. And dude, his like long range contested 2-pointers are genuinely insane. They are not normal. Like, we're talking, okay, this is going to piss off a lot of people. Look, they lost already, so I can be honest, okay? They lost already. His mid-range is insane and maybe even Kobe territory. I said it. I know this is going to frustrate people. I know a lot of people are going to get mad and say, how dare you say such a thing? But it is literally, we're talking Kobe territory for sure. Because last night, when he went on that, like, what, fucking 15-point run, and almost changed the game. I think it was in the second. It might have been in the second quarter. Like that, watching that take place, I was like, well, obviously, yeah, 15-point run. I was like, this is insane. He's unfucking stoppable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just, I'm being honest. It's not like I'm a Thunder fan in any way, shape, or form. But straight up, his mid-range game, contested mid-range game, in spite of the flop merchant accusations, allegations, which are objectively true, are what truly make him an unstoppable force. Okay? Are you betraying the revolution? Dude, come on. Come on. Aren't you a suit guy? Let's rock it. Man, it's a Sunday and I just traveled. Give me a fucking break. Sometimes it's going to be casual, okay? This is a secret special stream. But yeah, the reason why I'm saying Wemby is an alien but also a demonic entity is also partially because of this. Wemby to Carter Bryant, after he trucked SGA, I'm proud of you. This is beast mode. This is beast mode. Look at his lips. He basically spelled it out for him. He's like, no, I want you to hear this. Your tweet was crazy. Yeah. This dude, Wemby, got Reddit, Genshin, an anime fan, communist, K-pop Twitter, e-girl Twitter, and all of San Antonio behind him, bro. He finna have the greatest PR of all time. It's true. It's true. He does. He is so multifaceted. This also drew a lot of ire from like the politics Twitter guys. Who also are big sports guys. And it's one of the funniest things you can do when I saw a bunch of tweets being like, oh, Hasan, you don't fucking give a shit about basketball. Why are you even tweeting about this? Shut the fuck up. Get back to, tweeting about politics. And I was like, what are you trying to gatekeep the fucking NBA? Like what is, I'm sorry. Like, this is the thing. Like, this is the most like, yeah, I'm a fucking LARPer. I have no team loyalty. I only like certain players and I dick ride them into oblivion. Back in the day, it was LeBron. It still is LeBron, but also now is Wemby as well. I'm shameless about it. I am shameless about it. I'm sorry that I don't have a fucking altar for an individual team and also, talk about how many failures I've sat through. You know what I mean? As though that like gives you any more legitimacy. I'm watching a sport and I like it. Okay. You can't gatekeep the NBA finals. Okay. I'm sorry. It's a thing you cannot gatekeep. This is not to be fair, you're a bandwagon fan. Yes. No, I admit it. That's the difference. I'm the guy who will always say it. I'm like, yeah, I don't give a shit. If you bandwagon the Knicks, I'm going to remember this moment. No, this is a conflict of interest for me because obviously Mamdanistan is in my heart and obviously Will is a huge Knicks fan. I, on the other hand, do love Wemby. So it's a tough one. It's going to be a tough one, No matter who wins, we all win, I guess. I like I said, I can enjoy things. And also, it doesn't matter. Yeah, another... Talarico versus Mamdani. Woke is back. Wemby Mania in full force. Greg Kazar, bro. Why did you post this, Greg? Why did you post this, my man? This is not good. This is major aura loss for you. Whatever aura you picked up by standing in the presence of greatness, you kind of lost with this disparity, dude. That's crazy. Wemby's like, this is my son. Oh, Jesus. He's not. He's 5'7". He's half of you motherfuckers are his height. Anyway. Yeah, don't talk to me or my son ever again. Yeah, but it was very funny that people don't take this kind of stuff and go, oh, wow, look, everyone else is enjoying this as well. And instead, they'll be like, I fucking hate that Hasan is tweeting about this. It's like, all right, dude, fucking calm down. Like, no more saying you're tired if you're not going to take days off. Why? I can do both. Get you a man who can do both. I can both say I'm tired and also simultaneously keep streaming and not take a break. Because, well, this is going to be a short stream today, regardless, because we have, I have the podcast. What's your favorite Yakuza game? It's 0. That's my favorite. I think it's the most like fully flushed out. It's the most compact Yakuza game ever made. Probably the normie take there, but I am a normie after all. Okay, so anyway, yeah, it's exciting. It's great. It's great watching good basketball. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Chet Holmgren became the first player NBA playoff history to attempt 2 or less shots while playing over 30 minutes in Game 7. Holmgren did not attempt a single shot for the final 31 minutes he logged. He had the yips, and you saw it. And like they could have won. I feel like they genuinely could have won. There were many moments where they were about to turn it around, you know? Every time they went on a run and made up for like a 10-point disparity, there would be a turnover. There would be like a pivotal turnover or the block, the famous Cornette block, the legendary Cornette block that changed the tide of history. But there were a lot of instances like that where they would go on a huge run over and over and over again, and they just did not have what it took to push them across the finish line. It's very interesting seeing that. But yeah, that block was stupid. Anyway, let's watch this clip as well.
Got one more thing to say. He's too humble to say it, but this is the MVP right here. MVP of the
Loser for OKC is a win for basketball. I feel okay. I need to be a little bit fair and balanced now that they lost, because it's hard to be fair and balanced while they're winning because it's so disrespectful. You don't want the next meta for the youth to be flopping. Okay, like if Steph Curry changed basketball for the worse because of his 3-point shots, which I don't care. I feel like that's unk talk. SGA is going to change basketball for the youth to be constantly flopping. However, listen, Lou Dort was a war criminal compared to SGA. Cold take. Big Rago 2002. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oklahoma City doesn't have much. Okay. Oklahoma City, as a matter of fact, has nothing. So letting them have something, anything, is good. What they have is a wonderful team. Yes, they sometimes play like basketball terrorists. Okay, straight up. Yes, sometimes very Israel style. They're playing to the referees. Okay. Yes, Oklahoma, tiny nation, size of New Jersey or size of Israel. It's true. But they got tornadoes, and they got a fucking deep lineup, a deep bench of reliable talent. Except for when they become unreliable. So yeah, that's all I got. I'm a shameless bandwagoner. I don't even support teams. I support players. I support the stories of players that I like. And usually the reason why I like them is obviously they play phenomenal basketball often, like LeBron. But also what they do off the court is what I like. And their political takes and their worldview is something that I like. I mean, with LeBron, one of the things that always made me love LeBron was the fact that he funded a school. When given the opportunity to fund a charter school, he was like, no, I'm going to fund the public school. Like, that was huge for me. That's when I totally fell in love with LeBron, aside from the fact that he was the GOAT and been the GOAT. And the same with Wemby. Did you see Dua Lipa got married? Okay, we're putting a blockade on news stories that upset me. Do we have a blast off meme? That was 20 years ago. Let it go. He's not the same. Shut up. Don't do this. This is agenda. This is just straight up agenda. Yeah, I mean, this is literally, I'm sorry, this is what the IDF does, by the way. The fact that this was not a flagrant is also, once again, very Israel coded. I saw this happen. That's IDF. That's IDF. That's Israel occupying force. I mean, Caruso is a militant for the Israeli occupying forces. That's crazy. Not a flagrant, by the way. And if he got back up and pushed him, he would have eaten an ejection. Yeah, they're calling it Krav Maga. Okay? They're calling it Krav Maga. If it was SGA flagrant, no. If it was SGA, ejection. Yeah. Krav Maga, maybe, if you want to call it that. He's bracing for both of their fall. No. Are you kidding me? First of all, this is not how this started, okay? This is a wide open. He was literally wide open. Caruso comes up from behind him, catches up. Instead of even attempting a block, okay, he just straight up pulls him down. That's insane. It's the most obvious flagrant of all time. Yeah. He didn't just wrap his arm around him as he was attempting to go for the ball. He just straight up two-handed pulled him down, dude. And he was bracing for it too. He like put his back on him because he knew that a foul was coming, but he wanted to at least get the attempt. He wanted to make it a 3-point situation. Anyway. Like, come on, dude. Anyway, yeah, that was crazy, but it doesn't matter. Analyze UCL soccer final fast. I have no, what? I don't have any analysis for that. Let's get started. Let's get it twisted. Watch the poster on, oh yeah. You got the poster on Chet? If you send it to me. Arsenal played haram ball and got what they deserve. Yeah, that was a big Zoran L. Let's be real. Anyway, we blasted off. Like I said, super short, secret short, special Sunday stream. You already know what's up. You're in here already, so you're aware of it. Okay? Socialist arrives. Dun, dun, dun. Between this, from Caruso and Hardenstein grabbing Castle's dreads, kind of feels like a basketball team from Oklahoma is unsurprisingly racist and not being penalized. Okay, that's crazy because you're pointing to the two white guys, but Oklahoma also has, like, you know, Oklahoma's still a very black team. Like, that's not... we're going a little too crazy with the slander, it feels. It seems. Oh, he's hard. Oh. Hartenstein is mixed. Okay. True. Forgot. My mistake. What is this? What did you send me? Well, Nithya whines about a TV hit from 20 years ago. Here she is hanging out a week ago with a pro-Hamas anti-Semite who believes we deserve 9/11. Do you agree with your pal, Hasan Piker? Did you celebrate 9/11 too, Nithya? Oh, God, I don't give a fuck about Spencer Pratt, bro. Why are you even giving this? Why are you giving this any attention whatsoever? Who gives a fuck? Anyway, all right, we're blasting off, folks. We're blasting off. Why the fuck are you online? Go to sleep. I slept all night, and then I slept on the flight. I slept enough. It's time to be awake. Okay, we'll do the Lego crime today because this story is unironically huge. Okay, it is unironically huge. I know. Lego scandal is getting extremely dangerous and scary. Normally, I would say this is silly. Why the fuck are we covering it? But it's actually become like a major story. I feel like it could even reach like national news story significance because of how incredible it is. How vicious the police have been, how corrupt they've behaved. It's got it all. It's got Legos. It's got victims. It's got moneyed interest. And there's corruption. Yes, by the way, congratulations to Dua Lipa. Congratulations to Dua Lipa. She got married today, officially. Okay. Rub it in. I'm just kidding. Anyway, we're blasting off. Yeah, let's start here. Spurs.
Look at the emotions from Wemby.
This morning, the sound of victory.
This is what you want to see.
The reigning champion Oklahoma City Thunder are dethroned, and Victor Wembanyama.
They were also clowning him for crying. Like, that's another thing. Toxic masculinity. I saw some people being like, "Meh, why are you crying? You face zero adversity." It's like, bro, have you ever done anything similar to this? Like, this dude is on the top of the planet, okay? He's what, 15 years old, basically, okay? He's 8'14", size-wise. Incredible shooter on top of everything else. And he just defeated an insane team.
Are headed to the finals. San Antonio came out of the gate on fire. Wembanyama throwing down early.
Wembanyama throws it on his head.
And the Spurs.
Well, there you go. Now we saw the poster.
14.
And the Spurs lead by 14, 7 minutes in.
OKC kept fighting.
Clean look block.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander going on a personal run in the second quarter, cutting the lead to just one.
What allowed OKC to close the gap?
Shai was being Shai.
The Spurs not letting up after the half.
Yeah, what can you say to that? Oof.
Then the block within seconds of each other.
Wemby here, the last 2 plays.
Julian Champagnie unstoppable, finishing with 20 points, 18 of them coming from beyond the arc. SGA doing everything to keep his team alive, ending off with a stunning 35 points, his highest of the series.
He has done everything he can here.
But it wasn't enough to keep the Thunder rolling.
The Spurs are going
to the NBA Finals.
The final, San Antonio Spurs 111, Oklahoma City Thunder 103. Victor Wembanyama, 22 points, 7 rebounds, named the Irvin Magic Johnson Trophy winner as the Western Conference Finals MVP.
This feeling is, I can't explain it. It's so powerful. We want 4 more, we're not done. Go Spurs, go!
All right, it's a 1999 rematch. Spurs and Knicks, San Antonio back for the first time since 2014. The Knicks, they are well rested, but this young Spurs squad, they're proving age is just a number. Game 1 of the NBA Finals will be Wednesday, June 3rd at 8:30 p.m. right here on ABC, guys.
Yeah.
Cannot wait.
Cannot wait. Well rested for you up until Wednesday night.
Yeah. Up until Wednesday night.
I don't. Fox News and all the right-wingers that were at Delaney have been posting their clips, apparently. This is one of the clips that they posted. Let's take a look at what they posted. Hasan Piker denies ties to Marxist millionaire after subpoena report.
Have any personal contact with Roy Singham or any of these other people? I mean, I know some of these people. They're wonderful people in general. They're activists. I don't know anything beyond what is readily available information, but none of it is actually hidden or illegal in any way, shape, or form. Fox News Digital says I have a subpoena, but I've yet to be served one, so I don't even know what's going on. Kind of feels like you guys have more insight into what the federal government's doing than I do, and I'm supposed to be subpoenaed.
There were clashes again.
Yeah. Bro, out of the whole interview, this is what they clipped. Does the harassment not really bother you? I don't know how you do it. How do I do it? I'm used to it. What do you mean? You just have to. What is this? To find an OFAC administrative subpoena, check your email inbox. I have. I don't understand what this person is saying. Why didn't you stream the rally, by the way? Miss seeing that? Because it was at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Your fans are just upset that those provocateurs is your new reality and hate to see you have to just eat it. Yeah, I don't think people need to baby me in this situation. I think that the interaction in and of itself shows how unserious the hecklers are. Because like we're in the middle of a fucking, we're down there in the middle of a protest, and my clear-cut goals are to showcase not only the demands that are being made inside of the facility by the people who are being detained, but also the mistreatment of activists outside of the facility who are exercising their First Amendment rights. And that's pretty clear. Like, that's why I go to these protests. I want to show a side that the media, unfortunately, often forgets to cover and often forgets to show. And the reality is that if it's a relatively smaller protest, like with some activist organizations on the ground, as opposed to like a massive one, you know, like the ICE out of LA protests that we've attended, there is more noise coming from the opportunists that storm these areas, right? More noise that comes from the opportunists that storm the areas to demonstrate at the behest of ICE. And then also people who are just straight up unserious, right? At the end of the day, I went there, no security. I mean, the people that were around us were like Adam Hamawi's a team. We didn't have any security, which was really interesting because a lot of the charlatans, though, they had their own security. Some of them were fucking armed, as a matter of fact. But March was right about you saying frame one of your stream plans was kind of a dumb idea. No, those guys were there the whole day. Those guys were there from the start. From what I understand, they were always there. They were there because they wanted to cut content. The Proud Boys were there too, but they had left by the time we got there. But look, here's the thing. We are standing outside of a concentration camp where people inside of that concentration camp are on like day 8, now day 9 of a hunger strike, right? And people that have been trying to elevate their voices of those who are unjustly detained inside of the concentration camp are being tear gassed every night, being brutalized every night. If you go there with the express purpose of farming clout by saying you love Donald Trump or to support ICE, to support the Trump administration's processes, and you have no care or consideration for the people inside of that facility who are just human beings, right? If you don't see them as human beings, you're less than an animal. It's repugnant behavior. But there's I think a deeper layer of hell that is worthy for those who go there with no interest whatsoever. Like people who don't even go there to be pro-ICE, and people who don't even go there to to protest against ICE, but not even go there for some right-wing purpose, but exclusively to be a nuisance streamer. Genuinely the lowest of the low, true parasitic behavior. The person who said I'm IRLing at the concentration camp was unserious and disgusting clip farmers, basically. Yeah. People who were like, fuck Dan Clancy. People who were like, you shock your dog, all this stuff. Like, these people are deranged. They're just deranged, objectively. And they look deranged. They don't look good in this interaction. It doesn't end up looking good for them when they do this kind of thing. So just simply saying, like, which one of us looks normal in this process is usually fairly effective in denying a clip. I don't really, I mean, I assume that that's going to happen no matter what, right? But what was shocking to me was like the actual people. What was shocking to me was the people who were like, you love the Democratic Party, you love the Zionist Democratic Party, fuck you, you love Israel's genocide. Like, dog, time and place, man. Time and motherfucking place. Like, it was crazy that the ultras were like, hey, I see a bunch of fascists that are a bunch of fascist opportunists who are trying to make a mockery of the brave. You mean the singular person? There was like a couple that were yelling. To be fair, isn't what you're describing the same as neutral journalists showing up, though? Well, journalists have a duty to cover what's going on the ground. It's actually not bad to have journalists there, because the entire point of demonstrating outside of this facility is to bring awareness to the demands being made by those inside of the facility. It's to have your voice be heard by those inside the facility so they understand that there's solidarity, that they're not alone, that they shouldn't be scared in spite of the conditions that they're facing. And regular mainstream outlets being there like, liberal or even right-wing outlets and mainstream outlets in general being there is not necessarily a bad thing because it elevates the salience of this issue, right? And a lot of independent reporters also go there to, cut footage in a similar vein. Sometimes that footage gets circulated through mainstream outlets, right? That kind of stuff is normal. What I'm talking about is people that are not there to showcase the conditions inside or to express to express a political position at all. People that are just simply there to try to fire off a clip and gain clout off of it, right? People who are there to antagonize the protesters, to try to antagonize them, to engage them physically, knowing full well that the police has their back. Cam Higby is a great example of this, right? He's the PragerU guy who was like a TikTok right-winger, and then he went to Israel. I mean, he's basically an asset for the state at that point, the Israeli state. He was there the night prior of our arrival. He was there and antagonizing the protesters that were outside of the Delaney facility, and even would roll up to them and pepper spray them. Like, he wasn't just antagonizing the protesters, he was also assaulting them. And he had an armed security person with him. What we assume is a, civilian security officer, right? He had a security guard with a gun when he was doing that, when he was assaulting people. And then they ran into the facility. They ran into the ICE facility. So they're getting protection from the federal government to directly antagonize and even assault the good, kind, empathetic people who are out there trying to raise awareness and bring attention to the plight of their neighbors being unjustly detained inside of this for-profit prison facility, right? This for-profit immigrant detention facility. The closest analog I can think of is similar to that. What's that? The Faz Baby kick streamer, the one who would just like walk up with his big guards and just like shoulder check people, and then his security guards would come in. Jack Doherty, yeah. Cam Higby is basically doing what Jack Doherty did, but as a right-wing agitator. Yeah. When you do that, you're just Jack Doherty. You go up to people and you antagonize them deliberately while they're in the process of doing something, while they're in the process of like protesting, knowing full well that the federal government, with guns, with body armor, with chemical weapons that they have deployed on the people that you're attacking, are going to protect you. Offering him additional protection. It's just Israel tactics. Oh, for sure. For sure. No, this is straight up Israel behavior. Straight up. It's additionally shameful because this is taking place in New Jersey, which is supposed to be a sanctuary state. But of course, New Jersey voted for a, CIA governor. And when you vote for a Fed, you get these kinds of Fed-coded behaviors from Mickey Sherrill. Mickey Sherrill herself is not CIA, but she's besties with Abigail Spanberger, who is. She was in the Navy. But yeah. So it was, it was a shameful experience to be a part of, to see what the government is doing. We don't have any real justice, unfortunately. Shameful as far as, yes, I'm aware of the Lego drama. I'm going to fucking, oh my God, I'm going to watch the Lego drama. Guys, it's right here, okay? Dude, they're literally putting your neighbors in concentration camps and starving them and feeding them moldy food, okay? Can we fucking lock in before we start talking about the Lego drama? God damn, dude. Yes, the Lego situation is crazy. I'm aware of it, okay? I'm going to cover it. But just, can we please? Oh my God. Why isn't there a single governor who would even consider using their resources to protect protesters? They lie and they claim that they're doing this to protect the protesters, but they're not. Yeah, I should do Moist Critical style videos and be like, the human trafficking situation in New Jersey is crazy, so that people can fucking lock in for once. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah, the Gestapo situation is crazy. Or better yet, we got to get Moist to cover the Gestapo situation being crazy, so people actually, so the coworkers actually fucking focus on it. Anyway, I know the Lego situation is crazy. We're going to cover it. I know. It's an interesting story. Let's start here,
overnight
though.
Between protesters and law enforcement outside of an immigration detention center in Newark, New Jersey. NBC's Valerie Castro is on the scene with the latest. Valerie, good morning.
Willie, good morning. We are now entering day 10 of these protests here outside Delaney Hall in New Jersey. And overnight, things heating up once again between protesters and law enforcement. The crowd last night was met by state police carrying riot shields and deploying tear gas after protesters attempted to push over metal barricades that had been set up to create protest zones. Beginning at midnight, Newark's mayor announced a curfew for the area that will be in effect from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. going forward. DHS posting that the area was secured with the help of local law enforcement. This all comes after intense clashes Friday night, and earlier that day, New Jersey State Police stepped in at the direction of New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill to handle the situation while federal agents withdrew. The governor said she had hoped it would help avoid escalation, but things turned chaotic when police say protesters did not heed orders to disperse and tear gas was deployed. So far, at least a dozen people have been arrested as a result of these demonstrations. The protests were sparked by reports of a hunger strike inside the facility. Detainees there complaining of inhumane living conditions and spoiled food. Governor Mickey Sherrill says she has requested access to the facility so she can see those conditions for herself, but she says she has been repeatedly denied. She's also calling for the facility to be shut down altogether. Willie?
Valerie Castro in Newark, New Jersey this morning. Valerie, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you.
Anyway, so the point of sending in the state police is to provide an incident where protesters are in clashes with local cops as a way to marginalize them away from the Democratic Party base. This is a direct attempt to aid Trump. Yeah. Because if it's local police directed by the governor, the blue governor, all of a sudden Trump can wash his hands over the incident. And they'll turn around and they'll say, oh, well, we're doing this because we don't want Trump to brutalize the protesters. It's like, okay, but you're brutalizing them. Like, what you're doing is basically taking responsibility over the brutalization yourself. There's literally no reason for you to do this. Okay? There's no reason for you to do that. If you are the governor of a blue state, if you're actually the governor of a blue state, use your police force to protect, if you're going to deploy them, to protect the protesters. Fox told me they're eating gourmet meals in the detention center, but won't turn a camera on to prove it. Of course, they're not eating gourmet meals in the detention facility.
Now you're seeing
the detention facility is a for-profit prison, which is, I mean, American prisons are already devastating, right? American prisons are already immoral. There's a reason why other countries like Norway, for example, have a non-extradition policy to the United States of America, because they consider the American carceral system to be so inhumane that they will never send their prisoners to the United States of America, because they feel like it's a human rights violation. Okay? Now, that's just the American carceral structure across the board. When you get to the for-profit element of it all, the for-profit prison system is even worse, because they are always cutting corners. They're for example, I'll give you one common example that's happening inside of this this immigrant detention facility, right? This concentration camp. They have one doctor for the entire facility. They could hire more, and they should hire more, but doctors are costly. And if you don't actually treat the human beings that you are locking away as real human beings, then you don't need to offer them the necessary medical attention. Geo and CoreCivic are the two major for-profit prison companies, right? They are the ones who write the laws. They are the ones who literally write the laws to ensure that there are still mouths being fed, because there are beds that have to be filled inside of their facility. So they write the laws to make sure that there is a more draconian system in place so they can continue making money. Geo Group very famously had an investors call right after Donald Trump got elected. If you recall, they talked about how Trump was going to be a major boon for them because Trump was going to do mass deportations. And mass deportations require concentration camps. That means they would fill their facilities up. They would be able to justify getting billion-dollar contracts. That facilities cost to the federal government, as Adam Hamawi, who's running for Congress right now, explained yesterday, is $10 million a day, $15 billion a year. Hiccups? I don't know what's going on. I'm not experiencing it. I'm not seeing it on my end. So it's terrifying. It's totally morally repugnant. It's unbelievably unjust. But that's America. So yeah, I'll always respect anybody that puts their body on the line to go out and address this inhumanity, that goes out there, stands outside of a facility like this to demonstrate, to try to offer a little bit more coverage to the conditions inside of the facility when these for-profit prisons are actively trying to ensure no one gets to see what's going on inside. That's also part of the reason why I have no respect and straight up disdain for those who go down there for their own clout farming purposes. It's disgusting. Dude, go be a nuisance streamer elsewhere. You have the entire country to be a nuisance streamer in, and there are so many other places where people do it. Like, don't do it here. Don't fucking do it here, man. That's how is that even possible? Like, I just, I actually don't understand it.
Is calling for de-escalation after days of demonstrations outside Delaney Hall, an ICE detention center in Newark. The governor ordered state police to take over operations outside the facility as pro and anti-ICE groups continued to gather Saturday. The move comes after clashes between protesters and police, who established a security perimeter around the area. The governor saying she does not want to give ICE a reason to expand its operations in New Jersey.
I refuse to let that happen in New Jersey. I will not give ICE a pretext.
Yeah, I won't give ICE a pretext. So I'm gonna ensure that they don't have to do anything because I'm gonna do it myself. That's basically what the meta is here for this blue state and its new blue governor. This is the centrist wing of the Democratic Party, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happens. I didn't want you to fight me, so I just punched myself in the face, you know? It's great.
To expand operations at Delaney Hall or across our state. I will not put lives at risk.
The protests have been underway since May 22nd. Activists and Democratic leaders allege the roughly 300 people detained are living in poor conditions and aren't being properly fed.
I support democracy and I support the freedom to speak, the freedom to gather, the freedom to live. And without having to worry that you're going to get kidnapped off the street by somebody in a mask and a uniform.
On Saturday, police stood between opposing groups of demonstrators outside the detention center.
The message here is that we love and we respect immigrants who come here and show love and patriotism towards the country. But if you want to immigrate here, there's a right way to do it.
The Department of Homeland Security is pushing back on claims about conditions inside the facility and denying reports that detainees have launched a hunger strike.
Yeah, except they're not, because Tom Homan did openly admit that they are, and he said that he would actually force feed them with tubes. So I don't know why ABC 7 Chicago is covering what the state is saying as though it's God's honest truth. And they even had that like classic agitator wearing a Persians for Trump shirt too. He went to the protest to be in support of ICE. And it's one of these things that like is one of those takes that is commonplace and is disgusting, honestly. When they're like, oh, why don't these guys come in the right way? First of all, they are. Okay? Half of the people that are detained by ICE are people actually seeking asylum. They have court dates. ICE actually knows where they are. They go to their homes to grab them, or they go to the court dates to grab them, as a matter of fact. These people are not illegal. They're even grabbing American citizens at times too, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like all of the non-citizens that ICE grabs. The overwhelming majority, well, first of all of them, every single one of them that is grabbed off the streets is not like a criminal in any way, shape, or form. They have a civil case with the federal government to get their paperwork. So they're waiting. They're in the process of waiting out their paperwork so they can, work. Many of them also have TPS, temporary protected status, that is revoked on a moment's notice like this in an effort for the administration to justify higher numbers of mass deportations. They're grabbing people with green cards. They're grabbing people who are legal permanent residents for their speech. This is not a normal process at all. And the way that the administration is trying to justify it is totally ridiculous. It's bullshit. Okay? I'm not even doing some like, oh, no human is illegal style commentary here. I believe that. I think it's ridiculous to be like, oh, these are illegal human beings. Fucking stupid. But that's not even the argument that I'm making here. Like, most people don't understand how this process works. They don't get it at all. They don't understand that this is an unbelievably costly process, and it could be expeditious, and it could be cheaper for the government, and it could be better for our taxable revenue too. Okay? The only reason why there is this this lopsided, totally broken processing system in this country is so that we can keep these guys in legal limbo. And when right-wingers come in, we can just show, the right-wingers can just show how ruthless they are to offer red meat to the base, because they're not going to fix your fucking cost of living issues. This administration certainly hasn't done that. As a matter of fact, they've made it worse. But as long as they keep people occupied with this senseless cruelty by cordoning off and kidnapping and possibly deporting American workers that have been working on U.S. soil for decades at a time, with the hopes that one day this immigration system will finally do the right thing and offer them the clearance and the proper paperwork and maybe even naturalize them, right? While they're doing it the right way, the administration is the one that's saying there is no right way to do this. Yeah, it's an ethnic cleansing campaign. People are explicitly being hunted for their language and skin color to keep America white. Yeah, the thing is, that's the goal. That's the purpose. But they're not fully realizing that either, just so we're clear. Because if they were doing that, they would be going to the fucking factories, which they did initially, or the farms, which they did initially, or the hospitality industry, which they did initially, and they backed away from that. The reason why they backed away from that is because they recognized fairly early on that, yes, undocumented immigrants or non-citizens in general who have the proper paperwork that normally would still be considered deportable because they're black and brown are actually the backbone of key sectors that keep this entire process going, and that's necessary labor. So they're just trying to keep up this environment. That's why I say it's red meat for the base. It's not to deny the white nativist underlying ideology here. It's not to say that this isn't white supremacist. It absolutely is. But just make no mistake. The ultimate purpose as to why they're doing any kind of mass deportations is to keep their base satisfied, to tap into their primal instinct after years and years of farming this outrage and anger and hatred and making it seem like the non-citizens that live amongst us are the actual enemies of America and not just regular people, right? Not just overexploited regular people, as a matter of fact. But yeah, it's incredibly cruel. And Democrats have absolutely participated in this process. They voted for the Lake and Riley Act. They voted to fund ICE further and further when they were in office, when they were in charge. And some of them even continue to do so while Trump is president, right? It's disgusting. And I want to change that. I want to change that system. And part of that, aside from demonstrations, aside from doing everything you can to change this dynamic, part of that also revolves around getting people elected who will make a big fuss. Because when you're a congressperson, you have a lot of power. You can go and look at these facilities, for example. When you're a congressperson, you can also caucus with other members of Congress and demand to reduce the expenditure to ICE, reduce the amount of money going to ICE, demand accountability for ICE. This is how you're supposed to do it. I know it sounds ridiculous. You're like, whoa, there's no guarantee. And the Democrats themselves are doing this as well, which is true. And that's what I'm trying to fucking change. All right? It's not a one-stop shop. It's not a silver bullet. You don't just vote for the right Democrats and magically everything is solved. That's not how this goes. Okay? But every bit helps.
Of Homeland Security is pushing back on claims about conditions inside the facility.
Anyway, here is the anti-ICE chaos erupts as governor points blame to national extremist groups.
Welcome back. Anti-ICE protesters raging out of control. Tensions boiling over outside the New Jersey detention center.
The story is not the far left activists continuing to rage at ICE in New Jersey. The story is The real story is the horrifying conditions inside of this facility, okay? And the governor acting as though she's powerless to put a stop to it and using what power she does have to basically work alongside the MAGA movement, alongside the Trump administration, because these are state troopers in anti-riot gear, on horseback. These are state troopers that are brutalizing New Jerseyans, okay? And also Associated Press reporters and numerous other people. I'm begging you, I'm in so much pain. Injured Associated Press photographer Angelina Katsanis yells at New Jersey State Police as they refuse to let her go to hospital for a knee injury she got covering anti-ICE protests. This attack on journalists went on for 4 minutes. They're doing Israel shit. They're doing Israeli occupying force shit, okay? It's disgusting.
Democratic Governor Mikey Sherrill backs their cause and refuses to point blame. Watch.
New Jersey law enforcement established a peaceful, protected protest zone in the area outside Delaney Hall. We know that people from outside the state have been interfering in the protests and escalating them. National extremist groups have become involved in the protests here today. To the people coming from out of state to create chaos and dangerous situations, you should not be here. You know, I don't recall seeing any violence from protesters. I'd have to look back.
Our next guest served as the director of removals for ICE in New York State. Tom Feely joins us now. Tom, Governor Sherrill there is literally admitting the loud part out loud in saying that these outside groups are now coming, but they're coming because they're being paid in many cases to support the simply no deportations of any kind, not even for criminal illegal aliens. Do you think that this is all on her?
Good morning. Thanks for having me, Griff. Yeah, somebody might want to get the governor a mirror because these elected officials want to go out there and stoke the flames about laws that have been on the books since 1996 and signed by President Clinton. And, you know, then when it gets out of control, which it always does, we've seen this playbook so many times, they want to point fingers at ICE. And, you know, somebody really needs to get her a mirror because her and the mayor up there are responsible for these actions.
Tom, you are the former director of ICE removals in New York State. I want to address the root cause. So these politicians, and it's not just Governor Mikey Sherrill, it's also Governor Senator Cory Booker and Andy Kim and a handful of members of Congress. They are saying that the conditions are so deplorable in there. Talk to me, because I've been inside ICE detention centers. Talk to me about the standards of ICE detention centers.
Like, how can you be... here's what I don't understand, okay? I don't understand how you can be so fucking heartless that you look at the conditions inside of those facilities and you do propaganda for the government that's doing this. Okay? I truly cannot comprehend that. Like, where is your fucking humanity, dude? Where is your goddamn humanity? How do you become this person? How can you be so fucking heartless? How can you be so shameless? I mean, this is no different than Theresienstadt, right? The sanitized concentration camp, the sanitized ghetto that the Nazis utilize. And this one isn't even the sanitized version of it. These guys are just straight up lying at the behest of the government. And it's not just the government, but it's also a for-profit prison. You're lying at the behest of a corporation whose entire job is to make sure that the federal government continues to grab people off the fucking street, regular people, good people with dreams, with hopes, that are playing ball with the federal government with the hopes that one day the government will actually do right by them, right? You're treating them like criminals. You're lying about how they're constantly doing violence and constantly doing crimes and whatnot. And yet, the reality is the exact opposite. It's the federal government that's doing crimes, the federal government that's doing the violence. I don't know. It's really fucked up.
ICE has the highest detention standards in this country. The number one important thing for ICE is the care and safe removal of ICE detainees in our custody. I know all the employees. I know the managers. We have a new ICE director and David Venturella, who's very professional. He's an expert in this area. We take it very seriously. And for these complaints and whatnot to be thrown out there like they're true, I can tell you, having done this for 30 years myself, many of the complaints you see are unfounded. Everything is investigated. ICE is probably the only entity in the United States that does detention that is constantly inspecting.
Well, okay. Show the people then. I mean, it's simple, right? If that's the case, then let's get in the facilities. Transparency, right? This is the most transparent administration. It's a lie, guys. It's a fucking lie. The conditions inside of these facilities are heinous, and they also transport some of the immigrants from facility to other places to hide them within the system on purpose. If there's any like high profile immigrant rights activists, for example, they will literally actively move them around away from this facility on purpose so that even their legal counsel can't find them. It's disgusting. They do it in secret. Guy says ICE is great and all the employees are perfect, then says we have a new ICE director. Wait, why did we need a new director if everything is perfect? Yeah.
By other government organizations, NGO groups. I mean, ICE really is, specifically ERO, they are the experts in detention.
And I want to address one more claim that really, I think, is unfounded, and that is Senator Andy Kim was talking about these detainees are not getting due process. Others have said that, but yet when I talk to my ICE sources, they say every one of these individuals have gotten their day in immigration court, have gotten due process. What say you?
No, they didn't, because immigration court is also a sham. A lot of people think immigration court is a totally separate entity. It's not. It's a part of the federal government. It's actually not. It's not the same as like the rest of the judiciary, which even then we have a lot of partisanship in all of the court systems because of court packing. Obviously, the Supreme Court being the example that everybody knows. But the immigration court is a part of the federal government, and therefore, all matter of immigration-related incidents and the way that these judges actually look at, is a part of the executive branch. So if the executive branch changes, as it has in this situation with Donald Trump, they change their processing methods as well. Okay? So as a part of the administrative apparatus, when the administrative apparatus decides, no, we're not giving anyone approval, it's basically just a rubber stamp deportation order. People think it's a fair process. It's not.
Well, just because you don't like the result of your case doesn't mean you didn't get due process. And I can 100% say, again, having done this for 30 years, every alien gets due process under the current law that was established in 1996.
Tom Feely, former director of ICE removals in New York. Tom, thank you for your insight. It's so important to bring facts.
Yeah, facts. Well, so yeah, Andy Kim went on. He's been going to the facilities. He went on Dana Fash and was asked about the conditions inside, whether they're letting him in there or not. And then also on top of that, they were what do you call it? Asking him about Graham Plattner too. They were trying to do a gotcha on Graham Plattner. They've been working fucking overtime, man. It's crazy. CNN has been working overtime on the anti-Plattner tip. And not only that, but they're also are you okay, man? I saw what happened. Wait, what happened? Yeah. Oh, Dua Lipa got married. Fucking asshole. No, I'm not okay. I'm kidding. Okay. I'm happy. I'm happy for Dua Lipa.
When you did this interview with The Bulwark, you said this, quote, "No one who voted for the Laken-Riley Act should have any role in the future leadership of the Democratic Party in this country. It's disqualifying, just like the Iraq War vote." Now, some of the people that voted for the Laken-Riley Act, Ruben Gallego, Mark Kelly, John Ossoff, Raphael Warnock, Alyssa Slotkin, you think all of those leaders should be disqualified from being the presidential nominee of the Democratic Party on that basis?
Well, they should have to explain at least why they voted for it. It was a terrible vote. And I didn't mean to personalize it, but the reality is that it allowed for deportation without due process. And when Trump came in, we had Democrats voting for Laken-Riley. And then you see ICE on the streets engaged in mass deportation, separating kids from their parents. I guess as a son of immigrants, this is very personal for me. I am tired of a Democratic Party that apologizes for immigrants. I'm tired of a Democratic Party that throws immigrants under the bus.
He has every right to say that. Okay. I think a lot of people in the Democratic Party have recognized that factionalism only goes in one direction, or there's only one faction you have to listen to, only one faction that you get your notes from. And that faction is the centrists, the corporate Democrats, the pro-Israel Democrats, right? And now the numbers in the insurgent wing, are growing, okay? And there is a real crisis within the party. A party that has always maintained this idea of having a big tent, but never really following through on that concept. And the reason for why they've never followed through on that concept is because they've never had to. They've never been challenged like they are right now. What we demand is that the left flank opposition party, fake opposition party, stop being a fake opposition party, but a real one. Okay? It's the ascendant wing of the Democratic Party because it is the wing of the Democratic Party that says no more to corporate sponsorships. It says no more to putting profits over people. Democrats that are frustrated with this reality because, you know, their jobs are going to be threatened, you know, if they're consultants or whatnot, or if their jobs are going to be threatened because they're lobbyists. They hate democracy. That's it. They hate the democratic process. They hate the majority's wishes being enforced by anyone with a position of power. And that's why you hear them punch left all day, every day, at a time when the entire party should be united, when the entire, not just the party, but people outside of the party as well, those who oppose what this fascist administration is doing, those who understand that fascism is here and want to fight back against it, should be united, fighting as a singular force, because we don't have time. We don't have time to engage in factional infighting. Do you oppose fascism or not? And the unfortunate reality is that many people in the center of the party's levers of power, the Democratic parties, they do not oppose fascism. They actually love it. Sometimes secretly and sometimes openly. They would much rather protect their comfortable sinecure, their ivory towers, while the rest of the world falls apart. They are not offended by the Epstein class. They're offended by you saying that there is an Epstein class. They're not offended by the fact that we're giving tens of billions of dollars to Israel. They're offended by the fact that you say we shouldn't give tens of billions of dollars to Israel. They're offended at the wrong things. They're mad about the wrong things. Directionally, they're on the side of the fascists. If you oppose the insurgent wing that says we're done with business as usual politics, we're done with do-nothing Democrats, instead of abiding by the wishes of the Democratic majority, then you might as well be siding with the fascists, because that's functionally what you're doing. It's ridiculous. It's disgusting. And hopefully it won't continue.
Let's make sure we focus in on what is really at stake here. It's not about me. It's really about the detainees, about the really on the unsafe and conditions that we're seeing within Delaney Hall. And that's what this has to be about. All of the protests, it needs to focus in on that, not about anything else. When I see this unrest growing, we want to make sure that these detainees are able to get visited by their families, by lawyers. And I was heartened to hear just before I came on here that Governor Sherrill announced that visitation will start back up today. It's the first time in over a week. And these families of these detainees have been just besides themselves that they haven't been able to see their loved ones. But being able to make sure that we're focusing on increasing the medical care.
At most, only 10 to 20 new left-flank congresspeople will be elected this November. How does that change anything if the total number of progressives will still just be a small minority? Great question. Change takes time. It doesn't happen overnight, okay? Last time this happened, you had like 6, maybe 8. This time, it's going to be 20, and probably larger than 20, okay? That's leverage. That's leverage you can use. Fighters who will bring bring salience to real issues, people with actual power. If these guys, if elected representatives who self-identify as democratic socialists, elected representatives that are coming from the DSA system, or elected representatives that want to caucus with DSA candidates, even if they don't self-identify as socialists, if these guys are not a powerful force to be reckoned with at all, why is mainstream media attacking them all the fucking time? The same question I ask anyone that opposes or is skeptical of what I'm trying to do. If that was the case, why is there so much coverage? Why is there endless amounts of negative coverage around myself, the candidates that I work with, every damn day? And not just from the right, not just from the far right, but also from centrist, liberal, center-right think tanks, Democrats, Israel First Democrats, pro-corporate Democrats. Why are they all actively trying to stop this from happening? They see the real threat that sometimes you do not. Because when you elect 20, 30 Democratic socialists in the primaries and you defeat the Democratic Party machine, okay, you cause all of the other already sitting representatives to take notice. You cause them to change their mentality. You cause them to change their ideology, because they, at the end of the day, want to keep their fucking seats. So if you can show the rest of these guys that if they don't actually abide by the wishes of the majority, that no amount of money will save their seats. No amount of money will save their positions. Because right now, in many respects, and this is certainly the case in the Republican Party, money trumps people, okay? Money has the capacity to defeat people-backed movements. On the Democratic Party's primary side, we have seen that people can actually defeat moneyed interests. They understand, those in positions of power understand the genuine threat of a good alternative That's why they oppose Zohran Mamdani nonstop, and they continue to take pot shots at him until it becomes impossible to do so without incurring some kind of political penalty. Zohran Mamdani is the method in many respects. Although I have my disagreements with him, with the way that he operates sometimes, I feel like sometimes he leads by fear, which he shouldn't, right? But for the rest of the population, they look to Zohran and go, why can't we have that? Why can't we have our own version of this? Why can't my congressperson be exactly like that? Right? And once people start demanding that, once people start demanding their representatives represent them, the ones who are already in comfortable seats will no longer feel so comfortable, will no longer entertain business as usual politics. We'll have to put up a stronger opposition. Okay? That's it. That's how movements grow. That's how you participate in mass politics. I feel like if we can find just 2 or 3 issues that the vast majority of Americans agree upon, then we have the ability to build a much more effective coalition. Data centers, yep, data centers is one of them. Israel's another one. Medicare for all is the third thing. Yes. ICE is another one as well. Yeah. People are united on this stuff. The issue is we don't have a real democratic process. We don't actually run candidates all over the country because it's far too costly. Because as it stands currently, we don't have the organizational capacity. We don't have the logistics to combat the Democratic Party's turnout machine, for example, in the primaries. Housing, labor, yes. All of that.
Where we're getting better food, that the conditions are there. That's where we need to be focused on. It shouldn't be easier for ICE to deploy pepper spray and riot police than to be able to provide medical support as well as better food.
You know, we're seeing these images. I'm hearing what you're saying, which is you're hoping that these things, everything calms down, which is understandable, and focus on where you're trying to focus. But people are looking at these images and thinking of earlier this year in another city. Are you concerned about that?
Oh, I'm hugely concerned. You know, absolutely. I've gotten so little sleep this past week. I mean, this has been, one of the most difficult weeks of my entire life. And again, it's not about me. It's just I am so worried about my state. I've not seen my state with this level of precariousness during my entire time, in elected office. So I'm worried about what comes next. It's uncertain. And I'm hopeful again. The reason why I keep going back to, the detainees and their families is like that needs to be our North Star right now. Because I get it. I talked with a lot of people. A lot of people are angry.
They're showing the footage, I think, but they're not actually showing it on screen. So you're just hearing the footage in the background.
Feeling like they're seeing and hearing about things happening on our soil with our taxpayer dollars that is not in line with our values as a nation. I feel it too, which is why I've gone there so many times. So I just urge everyone, please, let us try to do what we are set out to do, which is trying to make sure that there is a level of dignity and decency in this country, and that we can try to make sure that people can get the care that they need, and we can have accountability for what is happening in our name.
The final countdown to the primary elections.
Anyway, closest tears I've ever seen a politician. Yeah. It's devastating. It's disgusting. This clown endorsed AIPAC stooge Grace Meng. When you endorsing Chuck, I don't have a dog in any of these fights. Vote for the leftmost candidate always, okay? Also, you have to remember, a lot of these guys, like what's his face, Menendez, or Andy Kim. Like, these guys aren't always going to be your allies, but in this situation, you have to take whoever is out there fucking, moving the needle with a little bit more grace. Okay? This is one of the most frustrating aspects that I hear from the left that will literally go there and be like, well, this guy fucking sucks. Fuck this piece of shit. Yeah, I know. His biggest donor is J Street, Andy Kim's. Okay? It's just like, what do you want me to do? Shit on him while he's literally out there at the fucking ICE facility? Yes, there are plenty of issues that I have vehement disagreements with, but in this moment, they're doing the right thing. I'm not going to fucking try to punish them, okay? If you can understand not constantly bringing up Thomas Massey's insane worldview because he's a important advocate for Palestinians and has done a lot of work, tackling the direct links that this administration has to the Epstein class, then you can understand cooperating with Democrats from time to fucking time. I don't get it. There's this weird inconsistency on some of the loudest voices on the fucking left, it seems, on the internet. And I see it maybe too much because it's in my algorithm and it ends up looking like I'm left bashing or whatever. But goddamn, dude, I expect a little bit more charity. I expect a little bit more charitability. I expect a little bit more, pragmatism. Use your fucking brain. If you're defending Tucker Carlson as a fucking loyal soldier in the cause, then you can make that same calculation in this circumstance as well. If someone is actually, if someone is actually fighting on this issue, straw manning, yeah, that's what it is. Can we be real for one moment? There are a lot of people who think opposing people like myself or opposing Democrats across the board, even when a Democrat that you don't like, and there's certainly many of them that I shit on with regular frequency, is doing the right thing, and they think that's the peak of activism. And we got to stop that. Okay? Anyone that's participating in direct action, anyone that's actually moving the needle on an issue, recognizing the humanity of those who are detained inside of this fucking facility, is doing the right thing. And until they stop doing the right thing, like you can make that argument for Mikey Sherrill, right? Mikey Sherrill tried to go into the facility. Okay, great. And then what did she do? She turned around and sicked the state troopers on her own constituents that are protesting outside the facility. Up until the moment she did that, you give her grace. When she actually flips it around, you give her hell. That's how this works. There are a lot of people who are skeptical of these candidates who are not fucking with Tucker Carlson either. That's the straw man, no. Oh, maybe. But this is not just about like the hypocrisy of supporting Tucker Carlson and not offering charity or grace. I didn't even bring up Tucker Carlson. I brought up Thomas Massey, by the way. You brought up Tucker Carlson. I was talking about Thomas Massey. And I was talking about my support for Thomas Massey on certain issues, building allegiances and coalitions. Wait, I said Carlson? I might have said Carlson by accident. Sorry. I was talking about Thomas Massey. Apologies. I said I have supported Thomas Massey in his fight against the Epstein class, in his fight against Israel, right? As far as giving grace to people on certain issues because they're doing a decent job on those issues, like Tucker Carlson, okay? This time I'm using Tucker Carlson. It's the same. And if you don't give grace to either, even if you find yourself to be fucking consistent, you're stupid. Like, do you understand? Like if you're like, well, I'm actually the most morally pure person. Okay, well then you have no, you're behaving with no stakes. You're acting as though we have the numbers already to just like fucking cast aside people. You know what I mean? This is not, a lot of people think like, oh, I'm morally consistent and therefore I'm the best. Well, sometimes you have to be pragmatic. And constantly trying to gatekeep certain movements that require mass politics is insanely stupid. How does this not contradict with you saying vote for the leftmost candidate? What? Okay. Viewfinder Praxis. You literally said Steyer is the most viable left candidate. Robinson literally was in the streets with protesters when Renee Nicole Good was murdered. So was I. How was supporting Steyer supporting the leftmost candidate? Viable leftmost candidate is what I said. Viable. You chose to delete that word because viability is not something you care about. It's something I care about. Maybe you don't care about it, and that's fine. We have a disagreement there, right? But you're a 15-month subscriber. I'm fairly certain you already know what my worldview on this kind of stuff is. Glad I listened to the pragmatist for... Is it pragmatic for Charlie to keep trying to kick the football? The beatings will continue. Give them grace until Gaza's leveled. Did I say that? Give them grace until they pardon Trump. Did I say that? Did I say that? Did I say any of those things? When I say be pragmatic, I'm not saying, oh my God, vote blue no matter who. Oh my God, vote for Kamala Harris. That's what you're hearing. I'm saying that even if someone is doing that, even if someone is a fucking annoying centrist Democrat, if they're actually trying to get into that facility, I think in that moment, it's good. Okay? They're doing the right thing, and they should actually be celebrated for doing the right thing in that moment. Why is it that many of you want to argue with the demons in your head instead of argue with the fucking argument that I'm representing? Give them grace. Got it. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am in the dumbest timeline. I'm done. I can't do this. Dude, just be moral. Be the most moral person you can be. Okay? Fuck it. Let's kill all the fucking people inside of these concentration camps, and you can just sit there and be moral about it, okay? My point about pragmatism and fucking organizing is literally the opposite point, okay? These are real crises taking place right now. Real crises like the genocide in Gaza. We don't have time and the opportunity to just be like, meh, I don't care. And many of you understand that when it comes to building allegiances with like the most radical right-wingers on this particular issue. But when it comes to annoying centrist Democrats who are also in support of Israel on this issue alone, on this issue, if they're going into the ICE facility, if they're demanding changes within the ICE facility, if they're demanding that the Delaney immigrant protesters' needs are met, then yeah, I'm going to fucking say that's a good thing. You're doing a good thing. Okay? Have some fucking nuance, please. Shove it in your brains. I don't understand where this kind of mentality comes from. People forget that you're one person, that you can't be in every single race. You have to pick and choose your battles. If there's a candidate you really feel is like a viable door knock and organize for them, don't just wait for Hasan. Yeah, that too. Oh. We have to be united, man. What's with longtime subs becoming extremely annoying and purity spiraling? It's normal. It happens all the time. It happens I mean, look, I think it comes from a place of recognizing how devastating the realities are, recognizing your sense of powerlessness. It's the one last bastion, one last gasp before you give it up entirely. It's a place of hopelessness where you go, you know what? I can't move the needle on anything serious, so I'm just going to fucking talk shit in a Twitch streamer's chat. I feel like it's happening a lot more lately. I know. What is actually kind of crazy to me is that this is a very interesting moment. It's a very interesting moment in terms of like opportunity, in terms of actually making some changes. And I do notice that people get far louder I do notice that people like that get far louder when there is some change happening, but it's not fast enough, right? It's not significant enough. I don't understand how people can look at the current predicament, look at how devastating the reality actually is on the ground for so many of these people, what their everyday conditions look like, and say, fuck it, I'm giving up. I think that's all this is. I think it comes from a place of drowning in the indecency. Because if you're a kind person, if you're an empathetic person, and don't become bitter, man. I think there's valid criticism, and we can have a conversation as a community. Don't condemn old subbers. Also, that's why I don't subscribe to not heel turn. I'm not condemning old subscribers. I'm criticizing the old subscribers for behaving like petulant children. Instead of expressing solidarity when it's necessary, they turn the crosshairs on those who are closest to them, those who are ideologically closest to them, and decide that their ideological allies, people like myself, or even people who are closest to them that are running, are the actual immediate enemies. Instead of going out and bringing more people to the cause, they choose to fucking turn the crosshairs on people that are closest to them. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it, and I will never understand it. But I think the major difference that I have internally is that I always maintain hope. I look to gains, no matter how marginal, no matter how small, as a way to feel a sense of hope, to keep revolutionary optimism in the face of all of this devastation. Sometimes you got to suck it the fuck up, man. That's it. This is part of the reason why the CIA doesn't have to actually fucking infiltrate these movements at all, by the way. It's on fucking autopilot at this point. The only thing I can do is show you the fear that centrist Democrats have in their hearts, in their eyes, in their minds. The real fear that they have towards their left flank. And if you can't stand up for people on that left flank, then you might as well be siding with these centrist operatives. And many of you don't see that. If these centrist center-right operatives that are still maintaining control over the opposition party and the opposition movement in its entirety are actively coalescing around Republican fascists, and that doesn't ring alarm bells in your mind, and you say, no, we got to hand it to them, they're right on this issue, they're right this time, then you're basically an inadvertent servant of fascist collaborators.
Michigan, a non-Schumer candidate comes forward, particularly.
Look at this. This is a conversation about Plattner's campaign rocked by reports of extramarital sex. Is this the most consequential story? We covered this yesterday. extramarital sects, like sexting, sexual texts. They're doing round-the-clock coverage on this. Okay? They're doing round-the-clock coverage on this when you got a fucking concentration camp 50 miles away from the CNN studios in New York City, a concentration camp in Newark, New Jersey. And this is the maximum position that they're posting. They're constantly posting this. And here's one of these guys. Look. Like, is this near a tandem? Or is this a guy who used to have a hammer and sickle, who deleted the hammer and sickle from their profile posting this? The moment that you find yourself in this situation where you're literally championing Susan Collins is a moment where you should really reflect on what you're doing. Okay? I had some thoughts about this. You're doing this while Eric Swalwell was an open secret? Me doing what? Oh, you're saying the Democrats are. Yeah, the centrist Democrats. Or Andrew Cuomo. All of these guys supported Andrew Cuomo. Every single one of these centrist Democrats supported Andrew Cuomo. And he was doing a lot more than sexting, right? He was doing a lot more than just harassment. He was sexually harassing and assaulting people as the goddamn governor. And people saw Zohran Mamdani as an insurgent candidate in the mayoral race and decided Andrew Cuomo should actually try to destroy the chances of having Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York. And the very same people who stood proudly by the side of Andrew Cuomo, the cop rapist, as I like to call him, are now talking about fucking Graham Plattner sending salacious text messages before he ran for Congress. And a private conversation that him, his wife, and their former campaign manager had, who then turned around, left the campaign, and leaked that shit to mainstream media. It's ridiculous. If you cannot find it in your heart to support these people because you have scrutiny, understandable skepticism over their record, because you feel like you've been burned in the past, then focus on your actual opponents. Okay? Look at what your enemies are doing. If the far right is your enemy, as you claim they are, and the fascism from the far right is what you oppose, and the collaborators within the Democratic Party are also your enemies, how the fuck do you find yourself in line with those people? You think he's cooked? No, I don't think he's cooked. A lot of people don't even understand why he's not cooked. And I wrote about it earlier. Hoosier leftist says, can we stop with the narrative that Plattner isn't a good candidate? Having a rough past clearly didn't hurt his chances in defeating the sitting governor and the state party machine. He's been all over the state with packed town halls. Mainers clearly like something about him, to which I responded with, centrist libs and right wing cannot comprehend that people like his platform. People want to abolish ICE, hold Israel accountable for genocide, end our expensive wars, and spend that money on Medicare for all and schools instead. The optics of being a rugged white veteran doesn't hurt, but it's mostly the policies and his earnest way of communicating them that have made Mainers trust him. He was an unknown entity not even a year ago. He came out of fucking nowhere. What's the real reason? You think Democrats haven't run, white rugged veterans before? They have. Why do those guys fail? Democrats run vets all the time. They love masturbating to the idea of having like a CIA agent who is going to support establishment, neoliberal, centrist, pro-corporate policies. They fucking constantly put those guys up and they constantly lose. So why is this guy, an unknown guy, out of nowhere, capable of defeating the Democratic Party machine and the Democratic Party's own governor in the state of Maine in the primaries, in spite of all odds? How is that possible? Is it because he's fucking, is it because he's a dog? Is that what you think it is? Before anybody knew anything about him? Is it because he's just like, oh, he's so rugged? He has a grovelly voice. Is that what it is? No, that's not the reason. Okay? I said I have my own doubts about his service in mercenary work, but I'm not silly enough to assume that Maine voters would see that as a negative. The desperate manufactured outrage around his personal issues don't matter when voters see him as a vehicle to push for changes they want to see in the Senate. I'll give you an example that you can comprehend. Trump. Like him, hate him, doesn't matter. Donald Trump created a campaign where there was a lot of buy-in from people. He was able to create a cult pretty much because he said, fuck the establishment, fuck the billionaires. I'm a billionaire and that's why I'm unbought, right? And people trusted him because he was saying things, sometimes saying things that we even agree with, like the fact that, corporate lobbying owns this entire system, saying that Washington is corrupt, it's a fucking swamp, and an objective anti-corruption message. Okay? And then offering a lot of amenities to those who actually subscribe to his message, saying like, it's the immigrants that are the enemy. It's the trans people that are the enemy. I'm going to fucking combat them. I'm going to do everything in my power to combat them. And he did. He did. He gave him the red meat. That's what these deportations are. It's cruel. It's unjustifiable. It's inhumane. But he's doing it for his base. And that's why the base trusts him. His base trusts him. That's why that last 30% is unshakable, because he's tapped in to their primal needs, right? To constantly dominate vulnerable populations, to abide by white supremacist values. That's exactly what they're looking for. Well, the Democratic Party's base of support has different demands. Okay? The Democratic Party's base of support demand that their politicians fight back against corporate interests. The Democratic Party's base of support demand that their representatives push for their issues, to take away some of their stresses, their economic struggles, to aid them, rather than put corporate interests first, corporate interests above the interests of the citizens, above the interests of the people. So when a politician comes out and is capable of saying those words and also capable of establishing credibility in this space, no matter how lesser known they are. As a matter of fact, in this circumstance, being an unknown entity is probably more beneficial, because most people look at that and go, oh, he's not corrupted by the machine. Okay? And that's why they like him. This is not my analysis not my personal opinion. This is my analysis over how people are reading Graham Plattner and why there's this major disconnect between Mainers and all of these people that fucking pack town halls everywhere he goes versus Twitter posters versus establishment media, the way that they attack him. And when it doesn't work, they turn around and go, why is it not working? Why can't people see what we're seeing? This is a bad guy. Okay? The other thing I said, off of what Elijah Manley said, many of the same people virtue signaling about Graham Plattner supported confirmed rapist Andrew Cuomo. I said, if Graham Plattner was pro-Israel and against Medicare for all, the same blue no matter who Dems working alongside the Republicans to deny their own party a majority in the Senate would be presenting him as the second coming of Jesus Christ, which is also true. They don't give a fuck that he has a totem cloth tattoo. Are you kidding me? None of these guys do. None of them ever cared about that. And they love that he was they would love that he's a grunt. Are you kidding me? They would love that he's a fucking machine gunner for the Marine Corps who's like demanding more reasonable politics, you know? Oh, we got to subsidize the Affordable Care Act. Like they would be like, oh, I'm nutting the fattest ropes of all time. Yeah. That's the reality, okay? Understand that. Don't work for your enemies for free, okay? Don't do that. Don't work for your enemies for free. Some of you do that all the time. Some people, maybe not in here, formerly in here, but have left, for example, because they're much more moral than everyone else in here, all right, will look to unlimited attacks that I'm experiencing from the federal government, from the Hasbara machine, from center-right Democrats that coalesce around the Republicans in an effort to push out their left flank because they recognize the danger that their left flank and the danger that democracy, the real expression of the majority's wishes, presents to their comfortable positions of power. And they attack. And then there are people to my left flank that also look at that and go, this is the opportunity to pounce. Why would you fucking work with these guys? You should only work with them if you agree with their ultimate goals. And you might say, Hasan, well, didn't you just say sometimes you're going to work with centrist Democrats if they're doing something right? It's like, yeah, if I care about the conditions of immigrants in detention facilities and a fucking centrist Democrat is speaking out against it, I'm going to say that's good. I'm going to support them in that moment. The question is, do you agree? Is your ultimate goal here to constantly fucking secure a larger market share for yourself within the already tiny marginal left movement that is growing a little bit at this moment? Or do you care about building a broader left movement that is worth a damn? A broader left movement that can express their politics adequately? A broader left movement that represents a real threat to the established power structure. Because if the answer is you want that, if the answer is that you demand it, then attacking people that are closest to you are the most idiotic way that you can do it. They think you are a roadblock to a third party, so taking you out is a good thing. They're delusional. Yes, I know. I know. Sectarianism is poison. Factionalism amongst the left is always poison. Shannon Wass is trying to defame Katz from Bangor Daily News. Plattner's campaign manager Morris Katz tried to stop Genevieve McDonald from sharing information about Plattner's infidelities, which he had since the beginning of the campaign with threats of defaming her. Just to be clear on where we are right now, Katz wrote in the message that McDonald shared exclusively with BDN. If the story goes in its current iteration, we'll communicate directly on the record and by name that Genevieve violated the personal trust of Amy and Graham and shared explicit falsehoods to sabotage the campaign. Wait, that's true. So what? You're mad that you're fucking mad that like the agency that's like working with Graham Plattner is frustrated that a campaign manager would betray the trust of the people that were close confidants and also hired this person? What the fuck? I love you all. I love that you all now get to know how shit of a person Genevieve is. She used to be my rep. The Plattner team massively fucked up in hiring her in the first place. She's always been like this. There are some details missing from this story. I hope it'll be updated. The Wall Street Journal called me Friday morning to tell me they were running a story that they had verified through multiple sources. I had spoken with them months ago off the record, so it was a courtesy call. I'd probably still get some blowback. After Wall Street Journal reached out to Plattner campaign for comment, Morris Katz demanded that I call the Wall Street Journal, retract my comments, tell them their reporting was inaccurate, and send him a recording of the call. When I refused to lie for the Plattner campaign, he just sent this text. Yeah, and then we saw the rest of it. So I went on record with the New York Times. I did not wake up this morning and think, you know what, my life is pretty good and peaceful. I should burn it down. There's a backstory there. I will never allow myself to be threatened and intimidated by some punk kid consultant from New York City. I was wondering about that. Oh, yeah, you're so fucking brave. These freaks are empowered by the perceived left media punching left. Yeah. The convention just voted to stand and observe a moment of silence for Derek Chauvin. The moment of silence was observed immediately after that vote and was brief. Crazy detail in day 2 of the Minnesota GOP convention. Jesus Christ. Look at the media literally going after every single Democrat that goes on the Sunday shows and being like, well, do you have a comment on Graham Plattner? Will you attack Graham Plattner? Will you? Because look, at this point, Graham Plattner is the Democratic candidate, right? That's it. Janet Mills dropped out. So he is the Democratic candidate. These are the vote blue no matter who institutions, right? These are the institutions, like liberal institutions, that are backed by vote blue no matter who Democrats, former Republicans who become vote blue no matter who Democrats. This is not even a question. Like, they're doing the exact same thing that they did to Zoran after he won the fucking primary, and trying to spoil it, to game the system, to tool the system, to make sure that the Republican wins. The broader message here, the broader point here, and the only reason why I care about this beyond, having another voice that's anti-Israel in Congress is good, having another voice that is pro-Medicare for all is good. But the broader reason why I care about this is because if Graham Plattner wins against Susan Collins, which currently, as the polls show, he has a really comfortable margin of victory, but that doesn't mean people should get confident or comfortable, is that it destroys one of the major arguments of electability, that left flank candidates are not electable. As a matter of fact, left flank candidates are so electable that even if they have a litany of controversies, people still want to vote for them in fucking purple states to unseat Republicans. That's a huge deal for these people. That's a huge blow to the consultant class. It becomes undeniable that you can run avowed open socialists and open anti-Zionists in every fucking seat. Do you understand? That's what this means. Every consultant for the past 3 decades that has made millions of dollars has made a living justifying their multi-million-dollar salaries by claiming, oh, we have to pivot to the right. We have to pivot to the right. We have to abide by neoliberalism. We have to pivot to the right, and we have to be pro-corporate Democrats. Why? Well, because AOC and her kind can win seats in comfortable places like New York, but you can't win that in places like Maine, and you certainly can't win that in places like Alabama. Well, bitch, you've been losing Alabama and Maine for decades. Yeah, Kyle Blomquist is right. What terrifies people the most isn't that someone like Abdul might lose, is that someone with Abdul's politics will win exactly where they've told people Abdul's politics can't win for decades. And once that spell is broken, their time is up. That is precisely the point. Okay? That is what they fear. They do not fear a defeat. If they feared a defeat to the Republicans, they would shut the fuck up about Graham Plattner's sexts or Abdul El-Sayed not being an electable candidate or attacking Abdul El-Sayed from the right. Do you understand? If they feared a Republican winning, they would not have positioned Andrew Cuomo as a spoiler in the race against Zoran Mamdani. They know how damaging it is to the center of power. Because donors, some of these donors do buy in to the idea that do-nothing Democrats are actually trying to unseat Republicans. Some of these donors do care about unseating Republicans, right? Some of them obviously want the Democratic Party to be a pro-corporate party. But there are plenty of big donors that these guys care about that actually do want to unseat Republicans. Maybe they have investments in one sector but don't give a shit about others, right? Maybe they are... Maybe they're a big donor from the big tech side who, who's agnostic about Gaza, right? They don't care enough about Israel. So when they see an anti-Zionist, they're like, yeah, if that wins a race, great, fine. Maybe there are big donors that do care about having an anti-Zionist candidate, but don't care about tech. So when they see someone attack big tech, they go, great, I don't care. I just want to defeat Republicans. Democrats don't want to play that game at all because they want support from all of the corporate investment vehicles. The media is also losing grounds with people that usually supported them. Now they're clinging even harder to their corporate masters. One last ditch attempt because When you have Plattner and Abdul in office, they're in full panic mode. Yes. Yes.
Spirit and character.
Why do you trust that corrupt Democrats will see Plattner's win and suddenly they'll have a come to Jesus moment? Wait, what? No. It's in their direct financial and systemic interest to oppose the left flank no matter what. This goes for the media too. Why do you trust them to change? I'm not saying I don't trust them to change. I mean, look at the Zoran stuff. We have to force them to change. Okay? That's it. I don't trust them to change because they're kind people. You have to become undeniable. You have to be unbowed, unbossed, unbroken, and at the end of the day, you have to be undeniable. Okay? That's the goal. You have to show every single person that there are replacements, that there is an alternative way to do politics in this fucking country. And the only way to show that, the most viable way to show that, is through the electoral system. It is the purest expression, the closest expression to the democratic process. It's not very democratic. That's why there are billions of dollars of moneyed interest being funneled into these races to subvert democracy, right? But when you fucking put numbers on the board, these guys have to come to that recognition. They can just say, oh, there's people like Graham Plattner because he's gross, because he was engaging in potentially like light adultery or whatever. And that's the reason why they voted for him. Ew, gross. But at the end of the day, remember what they did to me and what I told you when Third Way and all these fucking right-wingers were coming after me and saying Abdul al-Sayed invited this dangerous, radical, terrorist anti-Semite on the campaign trail. This is going to be horrible for them. This is going to be horrible for Abdul al-Sayed. We should disavow Abdul al-Sayed. We should disavow Hasan Piker. What happened? What happened? What the fuck happened? He went from third position to first position because people saw that and they were like, what the fuck do you mean? This guy's a dangerous anti-Semite? Wait, hold on. I think you're saying that because he's, anti-Israel. And guess what? I'm anti-Israel too. So I like this guy. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. That's precisely what I'm talking about. And we can make that happen everywhere. So yeah, there are, candidates that I don't fully identify with. There are candidates who are ideologically close to me on key issues, but not necessarily, self-identifying socialists. Abdul al-Sayed is one of them, right? But I don't make a big problem out of that because I understand that he's the best we got. So I'm happy to show him support. I'm happy to push for him. I'm excited. You understand? Abdul al-Sayed is not a socialist. Does that matter? In this circumstance, it doesn't. If their potential electoral victories did not create an environment of fear or did not threaten the calcified institutionalists both within the Democratic Party and certainly on the fascist reactionary right, they wouldn't be attacking these people so aggressively. That's it. So just look to what your enemies are doing and oppose them. Okay?
Plattner confirmed
If you're going to combat liberalism, combat the right kinds of liberalism.
to CBS on Saturday that the main Senate candidate had sent sexually explicit texts to women other than his wife. This is in addition to other past controversies. Does he pass the character test?
Yeah, I mean, I have not followed this story as closely as others have, but
I mean, Grant Plattner is somebody that served our country. He served his community. He's also made mistakes, and he has admitted that. Character also involves standing up to people who are bankrupting and corrupting this country. And this race is going to be a contrast between somebody that has put his life on the line for this country against somebody that is literally empowering the moral hollowing out of our nation from the White House. So he certainly admitted that he has made mistakes, but I think this is going to be a pretty clear contrast in Maine between somebody who has spent his life protecting us versus somebody who seems to be protecting Donald Trump's corruption.
That point about
I'm genuinely baffled why some liberals are terrified of having people like Abdul in office and don't want the party going in that direction. It makes zero sense. They get paid. What I don't understand is why there are people on the left who don't see that fear within the center of the Democratic Party and get excited at that prospect of securing a W, a victory, no matter how marginal it may seem in the grand scheme of things. It's not the liberal voters who actually have this mentality. It's always the consultants, it's always the people on Twitter, right? That's it. And those guys are either directly getting paid by the DNC or they LARP for free. They signal to the DNC that they will be loyal servants. Don't pay attention to them. The average person doesn't give a fuck about this. That's why these institutions are defeatable. Okay? You can beat them. And the Graham Plattner, Abdul El-Sayed comparison actually is a very important one. It's one that I've also made. If you recall, when I went on the initial Pod Johns interview that I did, and I said, like, look, Graham Plattner has a lot of red flags. I'm skeptical of his background for sure. But it's very obvious that the silver lining here is that the population, the people, the voters, they don't necessarily care about his background or his red flags because they like what they're hearing from him. And what they're hearing from him is a left populist message that is being communicated to them with honesty, right? At least he's capable of presenting himself as an earnest fighter, right? And the real test here to see whether or not voters actually care about Graham Plattner because of his background, the fact that he's a machine gunner for the Marine Corps and did Blackwater and has a fucking Totenkopf tattoo on his chest, and that's what they think is like the most electable candidate, will be the comparison between Abdul El-Sayed and Graham Plattner, because Abdul El-Sayed has no red flags. He is a fucking stud through and through. I would go so far as to say the same thing about Adam Hamawi, right? These guys are studs. They're such studs that people are trying to invent reasons as to why they're bad. And most of that revolves around them being Muslim, okay? Their only red flag is that they're fucking Muslim. That's it. Now, liberals still haven't reached the point where they openly say the quiet part out loud. They try to find justifications to create a permission to say, oh, he's not really electable because he's got, scary affiliations. He affiliates with Hasan Piker. He said this or that. We'll bastardize the way he's talked about the initial attack against Iran. We'll try to make all of his very normal majority approved positions into positions that are actually weird and scary. They're Islamically arguing against Israel, right? They're not actually arguing against our weird loyalty and allegiance to the nation state of Israel as it's participating in a genocide in the same way that the fucking majority is. They're doing it Muslim style. That's weird and scary. So they do that. They do that, right? But Abdul El-Sayed has no red flags. So why is she saying this? CNN is not only trashing Graham Plattner, but also Abdul El-Sayed. Abdul El-Sayed is an Oxford and Columbia educated doctor who was the health officer for Detroit and served on Joe Biden's healthcare task force. The only thing that makes him unconventional is that he's an Arab man from the state with the largest Arab percentage in America. That's it. The positions that he holds are unbelievably popular, whether it be, talking about Israel in a critical way, talking about the for-profit healthcare system that we have in a critical way, and demanding Medicare for all, demanding a change with our relationship with endless militarism. All of these are incredibly popular positions. They're incredibly popular positions amongst the base, and not just the base in the Democratic Party, but just the broader base of voters, right? But you know where they're not popular? In D.C. They're not popular amongst the political class. And that's why they're doing everything they can to tarnish him, to tear him down, to make it seem like he's actually not a safe bet at all, but a scary one. They're trying to rehash the electability arguments over and over again. And they're also not only doing this as consultants on Sunday shows, but they're doing this by way of deploying tens of millions of dollars in these fucking elections.
Michigan, a non-Schumer candidate comes forward, particularly Abdul El-Sayed, then we could potentially lose a state that we currently have the majority in. Mm-hmm. And that is a problem. Does that mean at the end of the day in November, if let's say the Senate gets so close to flipping, Democrats in particular, flipping the majority, but they lose it because of these more unconventional, authentic candidates? I have heard already that people are very worried of that potential outcome.
It's a challenge.
Michigan, a
The difference between Fox and CNN makes the same bad faith critiques and lies, but uses the brown person to do it. Yeah. And they also liberalize the language a little bit, right? They couch it in like terminology that liberals care about. They hit the electability argument. Also, this shit's doing LeBron numbers all over, or dare I say, Wembayana numbers.
No, I was about to debate Charlie Kirk. Why the fuck would I want anybody to kill him?
So, yeah, I got nuisance streamers up my ass. Everyone is trying to be the next Nick Shirley.
Listen.
Meanwhile, I entertain the conversation in that moment because, like, you got to entertain it a little bit, right? And he just keeps pushing. So I retaliated in kind.
I know this is a difficult concept for you to understand, but I was actually supposed to debate Charlie Kirk 2 weeks prior to his assassination. Obviously, I have a very different method of going about things than the way that you're trying to present it, because if that was my mentality, I would never try to debate him. Charlie respected that. And it's really sad to see the rest of the remnants of the conservative movement refusing to carry the flame in the way
that I meant after, but I said prior in that moment.
Charlie Kirk wanted it to be carried. I, on the other hand, do carry that flame because we are Charlie Kirk.
Discussing things like America deserves.
We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel.
Like
we honor his name
by working with the.
Do you know those words? Do you internalize those words? You should.
If you say somebody's.
You know what I'll do? If we hit a fucking hype train, you know what I'll play. You want the soundboard back? You want the soundboard back? I'll give it to you. He's mad. You got cracked and he didn't. Dude, it's so funny though that like even if you entertain these guys like decently, which you have to keep your cool. You have to keep your cool, and you know, and you always have to put your best foot forward. But immediately he was just like mixing up his talking points, turning around and being like, oh, well, why did you say Charlie Kirk deserved 9/11? Like, what? Because they're trying to farm clips, so you have to farm clips as well. You have to show that they're not being, first you show that they're not being sincere. Because like, I'm always fine entertaining the conversation, right? And you just simply cannot lose your cool and lose your posture. And I certainly did not, because like, I know how the clip farming operations work, right? So you have to first hold frame, as Charlie Kirk would have intended for all of us to do as carriers of the flame, right? Yeah, the TikTok you posted has got 2.5 million views and the comments are on your side. I know.
Did you say somebody?
I know. Shit went bananas. Quoting the song was honestly the way to go, lol. The song isn't edited in. Hasan can just make it play out of thin air. He's so fucking funny sometimes. The way Hasan always mentions that he's going to debate him is giving, I was supposed to be in the music video. Hasan, no one can make me hate you. I'm not going to lie. I don't like Hasan much at all, but this is a good clip. People who watch Hasan stream daily know he's effortlessly hilarious on the regular. So, the thing you're supposed to do is, one, take him seriously at first to show that like you're willing to entertain a conversation. But if they don't, and they just start yelling and they're being weird and silly, the thing you can't do in that moment is like give in, right? You can't break frame. You can't get hysterical, because when you're not hysterical, when you're normal, calm, cool, and collected, they look hysterical, right? I'm not seeing enough movement in the subscriptions, by the way. Condescending Walrus, Resonacity, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Comelcrest, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Antwant, the artist, thank you for the 10 gifted. I'm not seeing enough movement at all on the sub side. Okay, what are we doing here? You're not worthy of carrying the flame. Okay, straight up.
Bruh.
But yeah, Jill Biden's former press secretary saying the quiet part out loud. Yeah, I was going to show that too. I know. Doc Wormulon, the Joe Kuja, thank you for the 10. Splooging Unicorn, thank you for the 5 gifted. Carrying the plane. Nice. 9/11 slip, buddy. Undying Machine, thank you for the 10. Find Your Socks, thank you for the 10. And wait, who did that big burst? I was telling my roommate about this. Going on the Noah pod was good because one of the main reasons I enjoy your content is your sense of humor. So that was a good place to show it off. Maybe more people will see it. Mike Moon, 22, thank you. Bezila, thank you for the 20 gifted. All right, that's enough. We can hit that. We can hit it now.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
But like I said, when it doesn't work, when it's clear that they just like are not invested in having like any sort of serious conversation, which many of these guys don't care because they're not even fucking smart enough to like entertain a debate or anything. They just like keep slamming talking points back to back. Then you can just fucking you can just diffuse the situation by humiliating them a little bit, by engaging in a little bit of fucking humor, right? And that's it. That's what I did there. Because it was obvious to me that there was not going to be any sincere conversation to be had in that moment. But But you know, you got to show that you're willing to entertain it. Also, this shit got 47K likes on Twitter too. It did bananas. It did bananas numbers on Instagram, TikTok, everywhere. People loved it. How did you not pop off on the other guys though? Well, there's a degree of pop off that you can do. You can't like, if there's a fucking kick streamer who's just like literally belligerent, like, brother, you also have to pick and choose. Okay, you can't fight a fucking homeless crackhead. What do you want me to do? If someone is there fucking yelling about, if you put a phone camera in the hands of a homeless crackhead kick streamer who's there screaming about Dan Clancy and Twitch outside of a fucking concentration camp, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Become a crackhead? The other guy is more like there's varying degrees. You got Fox News, which is like the most professional, okay? The most professional fascists are obviously at Fox News. And then underneath that, you have like the Nick Shirley style, Nick Shirley style clip farmers that are, you know, trying to get a PragerU job, so they have to maintain a level of professionalism while they're bird dogging you. And then you have like straight up unaffiliated psychos who will, you know, basically behave like, what's the guy? Chud the Builder. Fox News being the ceiling on professionalism is depressing. Yeah, but that's the case. And for the guys who are just insane, the best possible thing you could do is just be like, do you feel like you look good and normal here? You know? What's up with the dude calling you fake socialist? I don't even remember which dude you're talking about, but who gives a shit? Yeah, okay, sure, I'm a fake socialist. Yeah. Always deny the clip. Always deny the clip. Because people will take it on the internet and portray it in whichever way they want to portray it. But the best thing you can do in that situation is just like jujitsu your way out of it by just denying them the clip. Deny the clip and then counter clip farm. I'm a numbers guy. Anyway, there was some other stuff I wanted to talk about as well. Candidates for LA Mayor, California governor make weekend push. Let's take a look.
Tuesday.
Unfortunately, not the best, but not the best set of circumstances, but it is happening.
The gubernatorial race is starting to narrow with a new poll showing the front runners. NBC4's Annette Arriola outside a vote center in Pasadena. Annette, good morning. We've seen 3 polls in as many days. Who's leading the latest one this morning?
Michelle, right now there are 3 front runners. 2 of them are Democrats. According to the latest Emerson College poll, it is Javier Becerra that is leading the field right now with 28%, followed by Tom Steyer with 22% and coming in third.
By the way, this is literally the best option. There is straight up, if you're worried about voting for a fucking billionaire, you don't want to do it on its own. I'm not going to tell you to do so, especially because like there are certain, like I think I'm gonna be honest. Tom Steyer, his platform is the leftmost platform that is viable, right? Straight up, that's the case. Also, Katie Porter at 5%, brilliant work. Good job, Katie Porter. So my union is pressing us to vote for Javier. Don't do it. Here's why. Well, one, Javier Becerra is fucking evil, is a creature of the Democratic Party machine. But I'm going to tell you something here, okay? Javier Becerra, between Tom Steyer and Javier Becerra, one is a billionaire, the other one is a servant of billionaires. One is a billionaire, the other one has all of the other billionaires spending against him. Tom Steyer is the billionaire that all the billionaires and all the corporate entities in this state that have fucking ruined our lives are actively trying to make sure it doesn't reach the gubernatorial seat, right? But there's another alternative here. There's another interesting scenario where it's a dual Democrat at the top of this ticket. If by the time the midterms come around, if Javier Becerra is matching up against Tom Steyer, it's over for him. Okay, Javier Becerra will lose. The Democratic Party machine will lose. Tom Steyer will 100% win. That's number one. Number two is if you ice out the Republicans from this race, okay, if you ice out the Republicans from this race and it's a Becerra-Tom Steyer matchup, that has down ballot consequences. Tremendous down ballot consequences, because no fucking Republican now cares about even voting for a Republican, so they don't go out and vote in the midterms. So even if you're not going to vote on lesser evil or you know, the most viable leftmost position or any of those things, you should vote to ice out Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco, who doesn't have a shot really. Because then in the jungle primaries that works, because we have an open primary system, a jungle primary system where the top two make it to the general. If the top two make it to the general and both of them are Democrats, one is Tom Steyer, the other is Javier Becerra, there's no Republican on the ticket. When there's no Republican on the top of the ticket, Republicans are not going to go out and vote on these down ballot races. And there are a lot of down ballot races that do fucking matter, where there are a lot of important Democratic Socialists of America candidates that are running. Hasan, you know Becerra is so much worse than Steyer. I don't know why you're not pushing him. How are you so confident that Steyer tops in the general? Because Javier Becerra has the Democratic Party machine. Tom Steyer needs to do certain things to oppose that. He can't just pay his way to the top. One of those things is to take a stronger stance against Israel. If he takes a stronger stance against Israel, the race will be about Israel. And if the race is about Israel, he will absolutely win the broad, door-knocking, popular base of support despite his billionaire status. Because as a billionaire, I'm looking at the situation, okay? Analyzing the situation that's in front of us. As a billionaire, and Shoykot has a level of this stink associated with him as a centimillionaire. And we'll talk about that race in a second because AIPAC has been pumping Connie Chen as well, and we'll get to that. But my analysis is this. Tom Steyer, being a billionaire, hurts him. Right now, it looks like you're an outsider who has a personal vanity project, and you're not sincere, and you're not serious, and you're just trying to buy a seat. This kind of shit works on the Republican Party side. They love it because they're fucking cattle. Democrats hate it. So right now, Tom Steyer's biggest problem is the fact that he's a billionaire. How do you show people you're a real one? How do you show people you're a genuine one? You take positions that the majority takes that the rest of the party never would. What's the one singular position that automatically captures the attention of not only 90% of the Democratic Party's base of support in a fucking blue-ass state like California, but independents? Israel. And so far, Israel has not been a problem in the California governor's race at all for any of these candidates, because the most critical of Israel candidate, Tom Steyer, is still not calling it straight up a fucking genocide, or even saying, I'm not going to invest in Israeli bonds as the governor. If he were to do that, if he were to take a strong position like that, that would automatically eliminate the bill in a way that even the billionaire's tax has not been able to do. that would automatically eliminate any skepticism that remains. Is the difference between Steyer making the raise about Israel and Israel coming up in Zoran's race the fact that Zoran was asked? No, because Zoran's background comes from anti-Israel advocacy. That's why they were trying to jam him up, because they thought, that's why they thought that they could get Zoran on opposition to Israel, because they thought that would be good enough to destroy his reputation. Oh, he's not going to Israel. It backfired on them spectacularly. In this race, Israel is not even coming up at all. And the reason why is because none of the candidates are talking about it, because they don't have to, because there's not a fucking avowed open anti-Zionist running. Tom Steyer has the background. Tom Steyer, literally, his father was a Nuremberg prosecutor. Okay? Do you understand how credible his position is on this issue? Like, if he just came out, if there's one guy who could just come out and be like, I'm a billionaire, I'm not afraid of fucking corporate entities. They're dominating the field right now. If he was more comfortable coming out and just being like, yeah, what Israel's doing is a genocide, and I want to hold Israel accountable. This is a massive state. I want to reconsider our allegiance in the state of California with the state of Israel as an apartheid state. That's unconscionable. It's very clear that this apartheid state is also dominating American foreign policy right now in ways that hurt Californians. If he just came out and fucking said that, I would literally door knock for him. I've said it. Straight up. This was my thing for Kamala Harris too. And not only would I go out and door knock for him, he doesn't fucking need me. Obviously, he's doing well on his own, spending hundreds of millions of dollars. But the problem is this. Right now, he still doesn't have the ultimate credibility because his billionaire background is easy to attack. Okay? The only way to eradicate all scrutiny in this circumstance is to say those words. You hit those lines, okay? You hit those fucking lines, and all of a sudden, the skepticism is out the fucking door, okay? Yeah, here is the ultras and the right in agreement. How the left became violent, terrorists. Hasan Piker is a Fed. You shouldn't trust him. Yeah. The beauty of it all, of course, is that both of those guys are trying to do the same thing. Market share. Okay? Both of those guys, both the fucking far-right fascist content creators and the ultras are just trying to do the same thing. Their goals are the same. Market share. Hit the algo in a way that boosts their content. There is no ideological goals for either of these guys. I know that's hard to fucking believe, but neither of these guys actually have any sort of real purpose beyond what will this do for my candidate. Grant Plattner did it and you didn't door knock for him. Bitch, he lives in fucking Maine. Not all riches are evil. Not every rich human is evil. Tom is not evil. Tom Steyer is not evil. I don't think Tom Steyer is evil, but he is a billionaire. So there's an issue of trust there. Okay? Yeah, if he had said it was a genocide during an interview, Chow would have been glazing him nonstop. He was even glazing Deng. He was. He was. I've said it. It's my only setback. And people say he called it a genocide in his Walter Masterson interview, but I feel like he didn't. I didn't see it. He just said it's undeniable what Israel is doing is terrible or something like that. But for the record, even in spite of all that, if you want to make that choice, you can make that choice. I'm giving you plenty of reasons as to why you could make that choice and vote for Tom Steyer in the primary, because he is the most Israel critical out of all of the readily available candidates that are viable. Okay? But what he lacks credibility right now, he is going to make up, he's going to need in the general. And if he's going to get that credibility in the general, he has to take a strong stance and turn this issue on its fucking face for Javier Becerra, who will never be critical of Israel. You understand? In any case, if you care about the down ballot races, though, in the general, you don't want a Republican there. Tom Steyer is in second position. Javier Becerra is a machine politician. I will not vote for him. He's fucking bullshit. He has been getting tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, gearing up for an opposition to Tom Steyer or Steve Hilton even, from every single corporation. People will be like, oh, Tom Steyer made his money off this. Tom Steyer made his money off that. Bitch, all of those companies are spending tens of millions of dollars against Tom Steyer right now. What the fuck are you talking about? They are. I've said before, if Javier Becerra was forced to wear his corporate sponsors, his donations like a NASCAR jacket, you would run out of fucking fiber. There's not enough fabric on the planet to show all of his major donors.
Steve Hilton at 21% now. Trailing with 12% is Chad Bianco, and in single digits right now is Katie Porter at 5%. Now, experts say this poll shows that voters are making up their minds on the final days of the campaign. Take a listen.
What has clearly happened is undecided voters, mostly Democrats and independents, have started coalescing around Javier Becerra and Steyer, and very few Republican undecideds. That's why they led the field, because Democrats, there were so many undecideds.
And this, by the way, is the last weekend for early voting. Several polling places have been up and running since May 23rd. People have the option of voting in person, dropping off their ballot, voting by mail, or turning it into a safe ballot drop box. Now, if you haven't voted just yet, but would like to do so prior to Election Day, which is Tuesday, June 2nd, you can log on to the lavote.gov website, type in your address, and you'll get an entire list of early voting centers near you, most of them opening at 10 a.m., going all the way through 7 p.m. That's the very latest. Reporting live this morning from Pasadena, I'm Annette Arriola for Today in LA. Michelle, will send it back to you.
Annette, thank you so much. Now to the race for LA mayor, the top candidate.
Dude, yeah. At this point, I've been conditioned to see this photo and try to guess which evil corporation's logo I'll see next to it. Yeah, that's Austinox, by the way. That's literally Austinox Impact. Austinox has been constantly, anytime a corporation is making a donation to the fucking camp, to the Becerra camp, Austinox is there slamming it with the fucking logo. The corporate logos are virtually impossible to, at this point, to figure out. Like every single company, every single one. Javier Becerra is truly just a trench coat full of corporations. Yeah, Javier Becerra is a man of the people. They call him 007, zero accomplishments, zero progressive policies. Excuse me, he actually did one post office naming. Dude is getting money from lobbies that hardly even exist anymore. Tobacco giant Philip Morris is the latest special interest backing. What the fuck? Philip Morris? Is that a joke? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Bro, Javier Becerra is getting the big and very necessary backing of the Murder Puppies Coalition. And Californians are like, but that's my uncle. That's Uncle Javier Becerra. That's how easy it is to dupe the fucking voters, dude. Literally, the Democratic Party machine is so goddamn powerful in this fucking state. I can't stand it. They're powerful everywhere, especially in blue enclaves, right? But we've been able to put a dent in the power of that machine in Philadelphia and in New York as well. California is the last bastion of machine Democrats, and they are doing everything they fucking can. And yes, the unions also always coalesce around the worst establishment shithead. What is crazy is like every day they're like, big asbestos is in the pocket of Javier Becerra. Philip Morris. Philip motherfucking Morris. What are we doing? It feels like it may mean a lot to Latinos that make up 40% of California to have the first Latino governor. Nira is opposing the Jewish candidate for California governor. I can only assume because she hates Jewish people. Yes. Bro, there is a little bit of idpol going here, but Latinos don't give a fuck about idpol usually. They give a fuck about policies, okay? Straight up. This is unbelievably consistent across the board with the exception of Florida. We're not talking about Florida. Florida Latinos are a different breed, okay? The Cuban, Venezuelan population, the diaspora is very, very reactionary. Texas Latinos go either way as well for different reasons. Because, you know, they're the border cross me Latinos. So they sometimes identify as white or like a specific category of white, and they certainly vote that way. But Latinos elsewhere, specifically in California, New York, and everywhere else, right? They vote for policies. They will literally consistently vote for the leftmost policies possible. They don't give a fuck. That's why Tio Bernie was a thing, okay? And they only left the party in droves because the Democrats actively pushed them away. They were like, fuck off. We don't care. We're, number one, we love the border. We're going to build a border wall. Fuck you. And number two, if you even care remotely about Medicare for all or like big government initiatives, fuck you. You're not getting it. Latinos are the only voting bloc in this country, and I say this all the time, Latinos not only are the only voting bloc that I have the highest favorability ratings in, okay? Shout out to La Raza. But Latinos are the only voting bloc in this country that no matter how old they get, still actually are in favor of big government initiatives. That's the most negative framing that you can associate with Medicare for all, Social Security, things of that nature. And Latino voters, even 65 plus, say they want an expansion on social safety nets, okay? They are the only voting bloc in this country. They're the only demographic in this country that demands it, okay? But I guess in this circumstance, Javier Becerra has been able to tackle that by way of the Democratic Party's turnout machine a little bit. And also with a little bit of idpol, except Cubans. Guys, no, we're not talking about Cubans when I'm talking about that, okay? Machine Democrats is when Democrats that I don't like are in power. The more I like them, the less of a machine it is. I love Grant Plattner, Mao Zedong. I hate when Mao Zedong had to forcibly align himself with the KMT and even coalesce around the KMT forces, both at first to fight against, because the USSR forced them to do so. And then also on top of that, coalesce around the KMT force because they were the only standing military to fight against Japanese fascism. Yeah. Did he ally with more or do the other thing to them more? He allied with them more before he did the other thing. He did. And thank God he did, right? Thank God he did. When the Communist Party of China would tell him to fuck off and stop focusing on the peasant movement, it was actually the KMT that gave him an opportunity to build the peasant coalition in China that actually beefed up the ranks of the Communist Party and was the base, the popular base of the Communist Party. So shut the fuck up. People make pragmatic decisions And then we look back at said pragmatic decisions and we do away with those pragmatic decisions to talk about how, well, he spent his life combating liberalism afterwards. I'm imagining a world where Mao Zedong, during the Long March, was saying, actually, we shouldn't fucking try to flip some of these KMT members because they're obviously ideologically impure. Blood thinks he's Mao Zedong. No, I don't. That person brought it up. And I'm giving him a little bit of a history lesson. This is a silly way to fucking operate. I never said that. I'm not comparing Mao Zedong to fucking Graham Plattner. That's insane. There's never been a successful socialist revolution that hasn't actually flipped former reactionaries that fought tooth and nail against it, nationalist forces that were safeguarding the reactionary movement. They were unbelievably pragmatic. Look, the reality is, both for Lenin and Mao Zedong, the initial Marxist interpretation was not enough, okay? Because Marx and Engels' original assessment was that the socialist revolution, the communist movement would form in industrialized countries. Both Russia, Tsarist Russia, and China were not industrialized nations. They were agrarian societies. So that initial theory, when put into practice, had to identify unique material conditions in both of these countries. And Mao learned a lot from Lenin and Stalin. And they had to do it on their own in many respects. The German Revolution failed. Right? It was supposed to be Germany. And maybe even America, as a matter of fact. And it failed. Liberalism and liberal forces were far too powerful. Their bitches were too bad. Their lobster too buttery. Their steak too juicy. And they fought hard. And they coalesced around fascism. And they allowed fascism to win for a brief period of time until luckily FDR was smart enough to align with the communist forces against fascism, giving you a very reduced version of history here. But the reason why I bring this up, for Lenin and Stalin and Mao is because they did have to be pragmatic. There were a lot of moments where they had to not only take Das Kapital or Marxism as scripture and move in this dogmatic fashion, but instead be pragmatic, interpret their material realities, and adjust the theory. Okay? There is no one size fits all when it comes to fighting these battles. You have to exist in the real world. If you want to do mass politics, which is what socialism is, you have to be where the masses are. You have to speak to the masses and their needs. And you have to understand the shortcomings of the masses as well. In any case, none of this has anything to do with, fucking Tom Steyer, obviously. But although the KMT's major funders were the petit bourgeois and the bourgeois class initially as well. There were, and even Mao himself said the national business owners. It was necessary for advancing socialism, advancing industry to keep up with the rest of the world. If ideological purity was the primary purpose of these movements, which we have the capacity to look back and reflect on once the dust is settled and act as though that was always the case, they would have never done that, right? This guy not only radicalized and activated the peasant class, okay, in China, but he also was, his movement, his revolution also factored in the national bourgeois class as well. There was a separate designation for the imperialist business owners and the national business owners. Is LA taking Spencer Pratt seriously as a candidate? I think one of the funniest things that LA is doing is that there are a lot of people who live in like the Pacific Palisades. There are a lot of people who live in, or not Pacific Palisades, Malibu, and areas that are not under Los Angeles that are actively supporting Spencer Pratt. And they don't realize that they don't get to vote for Spencer Pratt. They're going to have a lot of rich people that live in rich neighborhoods like Beverly Hills are going to, I mean, I didn't want to say it until this very last moment, but like they're going to realize that they can't vote for Spencer Pratt. Orange County for Spencer Pratt. Okay, good luck. Yeah, lots of Burbank folk, Orange County.
Are all choosing different
Calabasas.
ways to make their final pitch to voters. Incumbent Mayor Karen Bass and Democratic City Council member Nithya Raman were here at home. Spencer Pratt was in New York making an appearance on Fox News.
Newsom and Karen Bass make up stats. Those are not real numbers. Anybody with eyeballs in the state of California or Los Angeles knows that there has not been a reduction in one homeless person.
Meanwhile, Mayor Bass held campaign events in Westlake, Van Nuys, and then Eagle Rock. Raman started her day speaking with voters downtown and made other stops along Sunset Boulevard last night. Both candidates were focused on housing and homelessness.
But there are more than 120 fewer encampments on our street now than were there 3 years ago.
I think one of the most important issues facing Los Angeles right now is how expensive it is to live here. The cost of housing is enormous. And I have a lot of plans for how we can address that.
The latest UC Berkeley LA Times poll shows a very tight race with Mayor Bass at 26%, Nithya Raman with 25%, Spencer Pratt in third with 22%. Even if you aren't registered to vote, there are same-day registration centers across the state. And our website has your complete voting guide, from breaking down the candidates or those propositions and the early vote.
I meant this with no disrespect, but why does Pratt look so chopped, buddy? That's what reactionary politics does to your soul and your physical presence, okay? What's on the inside, if what's on the inside is rotting, your outside starts rotting too.
Voting events near you. For all of that, go to NBCLA.com and the NBCLA app. So much help out there.
Another controversy giving Democrats major heartburn in dogging Graham.
All right, I talked about this already enough. This was
All right,
one.
Let's bring in New Jersey Democratic Senator
Cory Booker. Again, I never want to coalesce around Cory Booker, especially because Cory Booker is doing this because, Graham Plattner is anti-Israel. Cory Booker is out there supporting the people protesting outside of the facility, then yeah, great. I'll give him credit for it. But Cory Booker is attacking Graham Plattner alongside many of these other Democratic Party consultants that are supposed to be vote blue no matter who, by the way, because they see Graham Plattner as a serious threat.
I'm shocked at some of the people, some of the Democrats who I consider friends, being so all or nothing about this guy. And I don't really understand why. He is not really representative of the values I would expect in a Democratic candidate, even by today's standards. I'm a little surprised at the number of people who are circling the wagons just to beat Susan Collins. I mean, I get it. Like, I want the Senate seat. I want Democrats to win. I want Chuck Schumer to be the majority leader. But I'm not willing to take anybody off the street and run them just because they, arouse some vibes in a few, portions of the Democratic Party. Like, that's just not for me. And, I'm good. I don't need to support a Democrat who has Nazi tattoos. It's not my thing. I'm not going to. So, like, do I want Susan Collins to win? Not necessarily, but she's much more my style than somebody like who I consider kind of a performative economic populist like Graham Plattner, who went to Hotchkiss and another high school that I couldn't afford.
Yeah, these guys, this is the real salt of the earth, dude. Uniparty, baby. Uniparty, 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 uniparty. Think. Think before you ink. Think before you speak. Yeah, Michael LaRosa is literally a registered corporate lobbyist and a partner of the most Trump-connected lobbying firm in Washington. Fox News disclosed that when they had him on and listed him as a voice for Democrats. That's all I'm saying. Look. You might have your resentment. Maybe you want to have a "I told you so" moment, and that's fine. I have my skepticisms, but I keep it to myself. Sometimes you have to operate with the notion, with the understanding that not everything needs a reaction. Sometimes you can just kick back and watch. I'm not a main voter. I'm not. But when I kick back, the skepticism or the scrutiny that I have over Plattner's track record, did he know he had a totem cloth tattoo? Did he not? All of that falls by the wayside when I see some of the biggest fucking villains in American society, both on the far right, the regular right, and the center right, which are the Democrats, lose their fucking shit over this guy. I say to myself, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough for me to just, participate in the pile-on. You know what I say? Vote blue no matter who, guys. I'm a harm reduction voter. I love voting blue. I love voting Democrat. I love the DNC. I wear it on my sleeve. This is my favorite thing to do. I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I love the Democratic Party and I love voting. I love voting for the Democrats. Clip it and ship it, boys. Let the Hassan as a sheepdog people fly their fucking freak flags. As a Mainer born and raised in my first year voting, I can tell you a large chunk of his support is because more and more of us are rapidly becoming impoverished, as is most of the country, but still, and it's happened under the same words we always hear from Mill, Collins, and King alike. And they all say the same shit in different manners, and Plattner speaks in a language we can understand, if that makes sense. No, I totally understand it. video is a perfect encapsulation of what we're up against. La Rosa says, if we elect Plattner, we're no better than the Republicans, but also if we primary Fetterman, we're no better than the Republicans. There are a lot of guys like this staffing the Democratic Party. Yeah, these guys are fucking snakes in the grass, okay? Straight up. Not really hard to see that.
Another private prep school that my family certainly couldn't afford. So it's kind of odd to
I would much rather just kick back and enjoy the ride, enjoy the show, than align with these fucking demons. You are a sheepdog of the Democratic Party and a Western chauvinist. Unless you support an interview with Democratic candidates actually genuinely anti-Semitic, then it's okay. I mean, I've even talked about Maureen Galindo, right? Where I said, like, I think Maureen Galindo is just like ill-advised and not all there and crazy. It's not like, I don't think she subscribes to any sort of like ideologically fascist conspiracy theories. Because she understands it as fascist. And I think she's more of an accidental fascist, right? Or at least accidentally she says some things that are what fascists say and believe. She's a crank. Or was a crank. Well, I guess she still is, but... No.
hear him talk about the elite when he was educated by the most elite of New England prep schools. And that shouldn't disqualify him either. It's his own behavior that disqualifies him. It's his own history of rhetoric, of advocating for political violence, of mocking wounded U.S. soldiers shot by the Taliban.
Yeah, I don't fucking care about this shit. All right, whatever. Suck my dick. All right, and here's the other guy who should also suck one.
Let's start right there with these rulings against the president. What is your belief of the significance here? And Sarah's point there that it's Congress that should be providing the oversight on this, but Congress hasn't been doing that.
Yeah, I agree with her. The Republican-controlled Congress keeps laying down for this president. Let's take this slush fund, for example. It's not a $2 billion slush fund. It is a $1.776 billion slush fund. And what that means is he's hearkening back to our founding. Now, we fought a revolution to stop exactly this, a ruler from taking public funds and doing whatever they want with no checks and balances. This president is giving us a master's class in our own democracy by tearing it down. This is ridiculous that a president should be able to appropriate money to himself, Congress's job, and then give it out to people who beat police officers on January 6th. So I'm going to be doing what I've been doing the last couple of weeks, which is reaching out to my Republican colleagues. I'm in good conversations right now about doing things in a bipartisan way. We've had a Republican Congress that has laid down, bent over for this president for too long. And as he hearkens and tries to drag up the memories of 250 years ago, this is the very reason why every American should be wrapped.
Not enough people are talking about how washed the 250 anniversary is because everyone kind of understands that America is dying on a downward spiral in general, accelerated certainly by Donald Trump. It is very interesting. Like, the 250 is supposed to be a huge deal, dude. We love America, right? Like, think about how little you have thought about the fact that this July 4th is the 250th anniversary of the nation. One of the most L birthdays of all time. And I think part of it is because of what Trump has done in the last 2 years, certainly. Part of it is obviously forces beyond Trump's control as well. Just the American trajectory overall. But yeah, it's kind of shocking how bad it is. And Donald Trump can't even fucking get solid artists. Trump floats MAGA rally instead of concert after musicians drop out at Freedom 250. Like, this is a disaster. Milli Vanilli? Vanilla Ice? What's he going to rap about? Ice Ice Baby, but this time it's about immigration and customs enforcement? Unbelievably washed. What is this? Yeah, featured performers. Laura Trump, Laura Trump, Laura Trump, Laura Trump, Laura Trump, Laura Trump. Now, a lot of you think this is a joke. Oh, fuck. Your type of concert is on. White women are exotic piker. Oh, God. Erica Kirk and Candace Owens go into the UFC Thunderdome. That'd be funny. All right. Kirsty Noem, Stephen Miller danced to Ice Ice Baby at New Year's Eve party. I mean, they got nothing. They so got nothing that even Matt Walsh was clowning on this shit. Okay? They're cooked. Because the country is cooked. And it's tough to find anything redeemable or salvageable about the current situation. There's two stories I want to cover before I have to leave because I have the podcast. But one of them is obviously Connie Chan, California 11 candidate, has received $475,000 from AIPAC shell corporations for her super PAC. AIPAC hides donations due to backlash over pro-Zionist lobbying, creating new PACs that only disclose their funding after Election Day. Pro-choice Majority Action PAC was created by Elect Democratic Women PAC, which received $750,000 from United Democracy Project, Democratic Majority for Israel, and Kimbark Foundation, all three of which are affiliated with AIPAC. So it's shell corporations, under shell corporations, under shell corporations, create an opaque funding structure to try to make sure that, Track AIPAC and DropSite and all these other like investigative reporters don't identify that AIPAC money is making its way into the candidacies of the likes of Connie Chen. Now, this is how badly AIPAC wants to prevent Shoykov from getting into Congress. When will other San Francisco leftists wake up to the real estate at play and what this says about Chan's candidacy? Moreover, it's not just about the money, but the sleazy last-minute pop-ups, delayed disclosures until the race is done. So the reason why you find out about this now is because they're forced to disclose, and this is like the last possible time that they are forced to disclose. And, I've been telling you this. I've been warning you already. And by the way, lo and behold, as predictable as it gets, many people in the most active voices of concern from the leftists in San Francisco, they're still staying the course. They're like, well, Connie Chen didn't know about it. Okay, she can actually oppose the funding. She could come out and be like, I didn't know about this. This is fucking bullshit. Fuck AIPAC. Will she say that? Who knows? But this is exactly what happened with Bushra against Kat Albu-Ghazalek in the in the Illinois race. Okay? So yeah. Like I've said, I don't even have that much of a, I don't have any hate in my heart for Connie Chen or anything like that. I think she is an inoffensive, modest, progressive, but malleable Democratic candidate, right? Certainly like her a lot more than I like Scott Wiener. But it's very clear that AIPAC sees Shoykot as a real problem and is doing everything it can to get Shoykot out of the fucking race. For two reasons. One, because Shoykot has a better chance of defeating Scott Wiener because he's outside of the confines of the Democratic Party. Bushra did denounce. No, I know. That's why I said AIPAC did this to Bushra. Bushra denounced it. Will Connie Chen do the same? That doesn't change the reality that AIPAC still funded Bushra's campaign to try to get as many of the anti-Zionist votes away from Kat Albu-Ghazalek. Don't say fuck San Francisco DSA. Shut up. Shut up. Don't say that. Okay? It's not like they endorsed Connie Chen either. They did not. San Francisco Supervisor Connie Chen has pledged not to accept support from AIPAC or its lobbyists and representatives in her bid to California's 11th congressional district, but federal campaign records show that the pro-Israel organization is working behind the scenes to funnel money to support her candidacy. The money from AIPAC and its offshoot, Democratic Majority for Israel, which is approaching $500,000, has taken a circuitous route to San Francisco. Following the money trail requires sifting through several layers of complexity, but the picture that emerges at the end is clear. On April 13th, DMFI sent $22,500 to a super PAC called EDW Action Fund, which has been used in previous campaigns as a front for AIPAC spending. 10 days later, on April 23rd, it gave another $15,250 to bring the total transfer to $37,750. AIPAC sponsors its own super PAC called United Democracy Project, and UDP got into the game too, dropping $250,000 into EDW Action on April 14th, a day after DMFI's initial dump. EDW Action thus far has received $287,750 from AIPAC-affiliated super PACs that month, but EDW Action has previously been exposed by Dropside and others as a known AIPAC pass-through. Okay? Half the chatters are saying she didn't denounce it, and Connie Chen supporters are saying she did. We are ready to bring the working people's agenda from San Francisco to Washington, where we will fight for Medicare for all, fully funded public education, ensuring San Francisco remains a sanctuary city for all, making billionaires, The notion that Connie Chen, who supported the Block the Bombs Act and the end of military aid to Israel, condemnation of the Gaza genocide, and advocacy for Palestinians are public record, would somehow be carrying water for AIPAC is absurd and laughable. Connie has been clear from day one that she would not accept a dime from AIPAC, and she has stayed true to this throughout. PACs act independently. Oh. So she isn't denouncing it. PACs act independently of our campaign, and we urge any organization supporting Connie to respect her values. This is clearly a desperate attempt from our opponent to undermine our campaign. It's not your opponent. It's a desperate attempt from AIPAC to push you through the finish line. Yeah, this is not a denunciation. This is just like, oh, my track record stands, thank you for the $400,000, but, my track record is my track record. Yeah. It does seem like a strategic buy to dilute Shoykot votes for Wiener. No, what they're doing is they don't want Shoykot against Wiener, because Shoykot against Wiener turns into an Israel matchup. Connie Chen against Wiener is both candidates technically have been in opposition to Israel. Obviously, Scott Wiener's opposition is totally fake, as opposed to Connie Chen's opposition is much more real, but they don't even want to test it. And it's not just Israel either. There's obviously more. I think AIPAC's primary goal is to ensure that Shoykot doesn't make it into the runoff between the top two. So if AIPAC is funneling money to super PACs backing Connie, the goal wouldn't necessarily to be to get her elected. Yes. Yes. I don't think AIPAC is like, oh, Connie Chen is our gal. I think AIPAC is saying anybody but Shoykot. That's it. This is why I brought up Bushra. Okay? This is why I brought up Bushra in the Illinois race against Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. Because Kat Abu-Ghazaleh was the anti-Zionist, Daniel Biss was the liberal Zionist, Bushra was another anti-Zionist, right? And far more radical on the issue of Israel than Connie Chen is. But AIPAC was willing to spend at the behest of Bushra because they knew that they could eat away from Kat Abu-Ghazaleh's base. And it worked. Yeah, this is also an important point too. Connie has $72K cash on hand, so she's not a threat to Wiener in the general. Shoykot can actually spend and win. Yeah. That's the other side of the story as well. Shoykot is a threat for two reasons. One, because of his policy points And two, because of the money that he has. Shoykot actually has money. Calling the J Street candidate anti-Zionist is kind of crazy. Wait, what? Are you talking about Kat Abu-Ghazaleh? Kat Abu-Ghazaleh was literally, you're saying she's a J Street candidate. She also was literally far before AOC or J Street ever came on board with this message, turned around and said no defensive or offensive weapons to Israel. Oh, you mean Daniel Biss? No, I said Daniel Biss is a liberal Zionist. I didn't say Daniel Biss is an anti-Zionist. I said Daniel Biss is a liberal Zionist. Did you not hear me? I said Bushra was an anti-Zionist, and so was Kat. And AIPAC was willing to give money to Bushra because AIPAC knows that Bushra had no shot at winning. What is this? I don't know what this is, but we'll look at whether it's a PSYOP or not. Yeah. Yeah. The money was already used on ads and text messages. Election extra. Gary Tan starts spending and Connie Chan gets big PAC boost. 2 big spending PACs put in last minute money for Chan. 2 mysterious PACs have started spending big for Chan. Pro-choice majority action, which is the one that is the AIPAC Shell Corp. Okay. Hey, Papa, thank you for the raid. Unfortunately, I'm going to be ending soon. Unfortunately, because I have a podcast to record. But thank you for coming. Thank you for coming on the broadcast. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. Who's funding these groups and why they chose to get involved at this late date is unclear. Both PACs only started spending in the past 2 weeks. We know who's funding those groups now. It's AIPAC. Given the pro-choice majority action registered. Anyway, so yeah, this is what it is. AIPAC has numerous vehicles, like numerous vehicles that are named in this like innocuous manner, like, oh, we love women PAC, we love the democracy PAC, we hate abortion PAC, whatever the fuck, right? Like they're progressive named. Meanwhile, all of the money is coming from major right-wing donors by way of AIPAC and being funneled into these like super woke PACs. And yeah. Chan, who has the endorsement of outgoing rep Nancy Pelosi, faces State Senator Scott Wiener and Shoykot Chakrabarty, a co-founder of Justice Democrats and the former chief of staff to Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Chan's campaign recently picked up momentum after receiving the key endorsement from Pelosi, whose retirement opened up the vacancy. For most of the race, Chan has been polling in third place behind Wiener and Shoykot Chakrabarty. Recent polling, however, shows Chan moving into a close contest with Chakrabarty for second place and a spot in the general election against Wiener. The latest poll from EMC Research places Wiener firmly ahead of the pack at 38% support, with Chan and Chakrabarty trailing behind at 22 and 21% respectively. While serving as AOC's chief of staff, Chakrabarty clashed privately and publicly with Pelosi, urging her and the party to move faster and push harder. Animosity towards Chakrabarty among party leadership remains intense. An advisor, Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, told DropSite the party brass was glad to see him go and isn't interested in seeing him return as a member of Congress. Frankly, the problems we've had with her in the beginning were more her chief and not her, he said, referring to AOC and Chakrabarty. Then he left and everything got much better. Perhaps Chapo had a guy on who said vote for Chan because Chakrabarty's a rich fake progressive. They're San Francisco leftists. That's why. That's it. They're San Francisco leftists, and those wounds will never heal for many San Francisco leftists. I don't want to fight the battles. They're my fucking comrades too. I don't want to fight San Francisco leftists on this issue. Okay. Yes, sure. Shoykot is fake. He's phony. Meanwhile, this kind of reporting is part of the reason why I trust him. Okay. This is literally the reason. Like, this is the reason why the fucking establishment Democrats hate his ass. Your opinion doesn't count unless you're broke. No. Shoykot being rich is totally a valid reason to be skeptical of him. What the fuck? But I was personally skeptical of him, right? But I matched that up with his track record around the country. I matched that up with his track record with the Justice Democrats. That's it. He's put a lot of fucking work at the beginning of this movement and has continuously put a lot of fucking work throughout this movement. Not only as like working on Bernie's campaign and then working as AOC's chief of staff, but also continuously trying to change the makeup of the Democratic Party actively by way of Justice Democrats. It's fucking tough for me to sit there and be like, that's worth nothing. Okay? I'm looking at this with sober eyes because I don't have the same emotional connection that many San Francisco leftists do to what has happened to San Francisco local politics because of guys exactly like Shoykat Chakrabarty with the same background as Shoykat Chakrabarty and the same amount of money as Shoykat Chakrabarty, who have eviscerated the left movement in San Francisco. They've destroyed it. So for a lot of those guys that lived through that process, that saw marginal victories at first, they're just never going to let it go. They're never going to let it go. So you should let it go and just work to move others. Okay? That's it. If you can't win those guys over, who cares? There is no use crying over spilled milk. I want those guys to entertain Shoykat, right? They've been calling me a rat fucker, carpetbagger, piece of shit, nonstop on the timeline, implying that I'm getting paid by this dude, right? Which is laughable for a million different reasons, because on the one hand, they're saying I'm getting paid by this guy. And on the other hand, they're saying I'm also fucking unbelievably wealthy. And that's why I'm supporting another wealthy guy. Which is it? Am I rich and defending the interests of the rich? Or do I just trust him because I've seen what he's done? I've seen what he's done for Justice Democrats. And I think it's important to look at the accomplishments across the board and make an assessment off of that. Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk Uygur banned from entering the UK. Yeah, it's okay. Well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked. We just found out. So yes, I will not be going as it stands currently. I don't believe that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who to reach out for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union. And now the Labour government has revoked our visas. Go to Ireland? Okay, guys, it's not about fucking being in the vicinity of the UK. I was supposed to do shit in the UK. Yeah. A sad state of affairs where obviously the interests of Israel take the highest priority. And it's sneak into the UK? No, you can't do that. That's not a thing. But yeah, they've revoked my visa as well. It's a 40-minute flight is what I meant. Politicians fly over there all the time for press stuff. Dude, what are you talking about? I had like actual things to do in the UK. It's so funny. You guys are like, dude, just swim across the canal. Take a boat and enter illegally. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fucking risk getting deported and not entry into the country for 10 years. Can Jeremy Corbyn do anything about it? Probably not. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Dear Hasan Piker, your UK ETA has been cancelled. This means you cannot travel to the UK without a visa. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good. You cannot appeal this decision. Apply for a visa. If you still want to travel to the UK, you need to apply for a visa so we can consider your circumstances in more detail. Having your ETA canceled does not mean you will be refused a visa. Yep. Nick Shirley can go, though? Of course, because Nick Shirley is a dog for the fascist state. So. Yeah. It's sad, man. What are you going to do? The other day, someone said, watch Labor Party do this a couple days before your trip, and it happened. Yeah. I genuinely, listen, I'm going to say something. This is a warning. I hope you guys understand. The Western world and liberal democracy is a sham. And all of the supposed things that they claim to care about, they do not actually care about. We are moving into a very different timeline. Okay. This is why I constantly reiterate that fascism is here, right? Like the administration trying to deploy subpoenas against political dissidents in the United States of America, or the UK that's like completely captive to the interests of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. Like they are moving in a way, and this is the liberal government, right? The Labor government is supposed to be the liberal government doing this, and the American government is the right-wing government doing it. Like we are in the 1930s era where I think that the administrations in both the UK and the United States of America, regardless of like their supposed ideological differences, are absolutely moving as a uniparty, and things are going to get even worse from here on out. Yes, I was supposed to fly to the UK Tuesday. I was supposed to fly to the United Kingdom on Tuesday. I was supposed to speak at the Oxford Union alongside Cenk. I was supposed to speak at South by Southwest and also do another interview with Yanis Varoufakis. But Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks. And they did. Because Israel advocacy organizations have unbelievable amounts of power over what even the United Kingdom has to say and do. Yeah, if you're an avowed anti-Zionist, your travel will be restricted. It's totally fucking ridiculous, dude. And no, this is not an opportunity for you guys to say, go to France or go to other countries, okay? It's very, very shitty. I genuinely did not think this would happen. I'll be honest. The visa is required for U.S. citizens. Yes, this is a new restriction. You have enough clout now to set the narrative if they turn you away. The UK arresting its elderly for protesting in support of genocide wasn't enough for Keir Starmer. Now the pro-genocide Labour Party is denying entry to anti-genocide tourists. If anything, you should fly out and make it a major news event. What are you talking about, brother? No. I'm not going to they won't put me on a flight if I don't have a visa. You don't know what you're talking about. If the Labour government is actively denying a visa that they already issued to me, because we got the visa, okay? And they revoked it. You can't get on a fucking flight. It's not how that works. You can't just like fly. I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get on a flight from London to attend South by Southwest London and give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. Yeah. That's when I found out as well. They wouldn't let Cenk on the flight. At least they didn't fucking let him fly into the country and then deport him. The West is betraying liberalism for a fascist foreign, betraying liberal values for a fascist foreign government. Ray. Listen, we set you up with a parachute and a giant trebuchet. Okay, guys, shut the fuck up. Okay? What is this? Did you say you got an ETA? That's not a visa, by the way, and they likely would have let you on the plane, but would likely not allow you entry when you got there. Source, American who was in a denied entry into the UK. If you can't address Oxford Union in person, can you not interact via Zoom? No, it's not the same. And I don't know what these guys are going to do anyway. Rima Hassan was refused a visa to Canada 2 months ago. Yeah, well, Canada is different because I'm an American citizen. I'm not French. So, I mean, they might do this now that the Commonwealth has established the precedent. This could potentially also limit. This could also potentially limit my travels to Australia, which I was planning to go to. But weren't you let in already once under Starmer? Yes. Yes, of course. I've been to the UK on numerous occasions, and all of the stuff that they're complaining about, I said and freely entered the country. Like all the stuff I said prior, the things that they're like complaining about were things that I had said already, and they didn't have any issues with my travel into the UK. So yeah. Hold on, I gotta send some fucking text messages. I'm an Australian. They're already doing the same things in Australia as well, especially in Sydney. So I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. Yeah. Who are you texting? Why do you give a shit? Why am I? I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm texting my UK peoples. We've had warnings. It's just time now. Everything else has been 0 to 100. This is what we've learned. We cannot be shocked when history has been playing in front of us in lockstep. As a nation, we have been quiet and idle, which allows it. Yeah. This is straight up fucking fascism. That's it. That's it. Israel is a fascist country, and it gets to enforce its bidding upon other countries. And in an effort to abide by the wishes of a foreign country like Israel, the Western liberal democracies that are supposed to protect and preserve speech, even if they don't have a First Amendment like we do here in the United States of America, they're supposed to have reason, like good reason. This is not one of them, right? This is not one of them. Being critical of Israel while effectively combating anti-Semitism is not a good enough reason to bar someone entry into the country. Ironically enough, one of my famous speeches that I delivered was at Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to attend once again, where I warned the Western governments and I warned those who were worried about anti-Semitism that this dangerous association between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, this conflation between Judaism and Zionism, was going to create an environment where anti-Semitism would manifest. We've already been living in that universe, and it is very clear to me that this is happening.
I urge you not to succumb to nihilism, because there are many other crises out there, especially including the crisis that the Palestinian people face every day.
Damn, my speeches have gotten so much better than this. It's kind of crazy. Okay. Hold on. Article on Shaky Gurga's visa revocation already? Yeah. If a person's ETA application is refused, they cannot appeal and instead need to apply for a visa if they still wish to seek permission to come to the UK. Sounds like you can still potentially apply for a standard visa and talk to an actual caseworker. Yeah, we'll try, but I don't think that it's going to happen if they've already denied the ETA. So, yeah. Hold on. My food is here. He was denied onto his flight. The reason to do this is to make the news story bigger. This story would have motion, especially with the recent headline grabbing potential. You need to just aggressively set the narrative. This is labor doing what it's been doing since October 7th. Yes. Yes, I know. We're working on it. I was supposed to see you at the Varoufakis event. I'm so pissed. Well, yeah, I'm pissed too. I really was excited to go to the UK. Like I said, I was linking up with Zach Polanski, Jeremy Corbyn, Giannis Varoufakis. I was doing something at South by Southwest. I was going to be there for fucking almost 7 days, dude. We had a week's worth of events and things to do lined up. Yeah. Oxford Union. Tell them you changed your mind and you love Israel now. It's true. It's true. I do. Am Israel Chai, guys. Yeah. You're a member of the media. Attack against the free press. Oh, 100%. %. Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk, we were banned from entering the UK. Turkish-American book to appear at South by Southwest London is travel authorization revoked by Shabana Mahmood after concern over comments about Israel and grooming gangs? About grooming gangs? The fuck? Yeah, they banned me too. I'm surprised that they went after Cenk too. It's very obvious that it's like, it's not even just, the fact that it's not just me. Dude, I can't believe it. I cannot fucking believe how much motion Israel has over other countries. Like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, speaking of motion Israel has over other countries, we were just talking about Connie Chen. Obviously, Israel is subverting American democracy once again. Bezalel Smotrich is in the United States of America. Okay, let's take a look. Israel Day Parade in New York City with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Far-right Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and other far-right Israeli lawmakers and American politicians march on Fifth Avenue. New York City Mayor Zohar Mamdani decided to skip the event. Look at this. They're fucking flexing on us. Fine that Will's a little late. I got to eat anyway. He's literally, he doesn't even need to get the soda from here. He can get it from the regular fridge. He just wants to show off his little outfits. Okay? That's literally what it is. He just wants to show off his little gay little outfits. Okay? He's like, look at me. Look at me. Don't I look like a hot piece of ass? Wait, okay, dude. Yeah, okay. No, there's no Zin in there. It's just trash. Yeah. Here. You actually want a Zin? No, everyone is just coming in just to... Hello. Everyone's just coming in just to fucking show their little fits off. Get their fucking fits off, dude. Fuck. I gotta chow this down ASAP. Okay.
Am Yisrael Chai. The people Israel live. throw Al Qaeda.
Dude. It's totally insane. This is the grooming gangs thing they mentioned for Jank. Piers Morgan guest storms off furious. Uncensored row explodes. Disgusting lies. They joined Cenk Uygur. During the discussion, Don brought up a claim that 250 various police forces, grooming gangs, Rotterdam. However, what does this have to do with Cenk? What the fuck does Cenk have to do with this? Did you just type in? Here, let's look at Schumer's speech.
For me,
Little piece of shit.
we have this great parade, which I always attend, and it's my granddaughter's 4th birthday. The two are related. We must fight for her, my little grandchild, to grow up in a world that's safe for Jewish people. And I worry deeply about the future they're going to inherit. The Holocaust showed the world what Jews have known for millennia, that our security and our safety is never safe as long as we lack a place of refuge, a homeland. To quote the great Irish writer Conor Cruz O'Brien, anti-Semitism is a light sleeper. And now we are seeing an ugly resurgence of anti-Semitism across the world, driven by the same lies and libels that have tormented the Jewish people for generations, except now they're transmitted at the speed.
I don't think these guys are going to give up. By the way, Letitia James is there too. Nadler, Menon. Basically, everybody but Zoran is there. And that's why it was a big deal, because he wouldn't kiss the fucking ring. What are we doing, man? What the fuck are we doing? This is why I say people don't understand. Like, people don't hate Israel enough yet. We're not there. These politicians should be ashamed of themselves.
Of a fiber optic internet connection in 30 seconds. Lies are on your pocket phone. That's why a Jewish state is more important than ever. Anti-Semitism isn't going away. It always lingers, stalks in the shadows, waiting for the right conditions. For millennia, let them hear that loud and clear. The Jewish people have yearned for a state of Israel, whilst experiencing the constant anxiety of knowing the place where they live could violate.
No, they should have it then. No, they should be as violent as they want them. My bad. My mistake, guys. I didn't realize that this was something that they wanted. I didn't realize.
So excited.
Oh, if that's the case, then fuck it, you know? Smotrich doesn't have a warrant out for his arrest, if I'm not mistaken. Just former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. But Smotrich is a war criminal just the same. He's under sanctions, including travel bans by Australia, Canada, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Slovenia, and the UK. Reportedly, the IC prosecutors have requested a warrant for his arrest. They're currently seeking out a warrant, so he doesn't have a warrant for his arrest. Not that it matters, because America doesn't give a shit about prosecuting that. They would never follow through on that. Let's be real, bro. If fucking Bezalel Smotrich wanted to go to the UK, he would. Buddy, I love you, but right now, probably not the time for an alderman race in Chicago, right? We're covering some other stuff. Respect to the DSA cadre. Please. Okay, Illinois 4. Not regardless. Just anyway. I'll get to it later. All right? Any updates on the subpoena? No updates on the subpoena.
It's so exciting to be here at this 66th annual Israel Day Parade. The energy is incredible. We're about to start marching, and it's remarkable. Almost every elected official in the city and the state of any consequence is here, except for one. I think you know who that is. But I'm proud to march with so many Jewish and non-Jewish New Yorkers to celebrate the state of Israel, to celebrate living here in this amazing city, to celebrate being here in this terrific country, proud of my heritage as an American, Jew, as a Zionist. It's going to be a great day on Israel side. It's so exciting to be here at this 66th annual Israel Day Parade.
Bro, I already got barred. The UK banned me from entering the country. David Taylor demanded Kneecap be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, demanded Bob Villan be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, and is now demanding Hasan Piker be barred from entering the country for, yes, you guessed it, criticizing Israel. That's a Labor guy, by the way. That's a Labor guy. It's a Labor government that banned me. I've literally been to the UK. So ridiculous. Liberal democracy is dead. It was already dying due to how aggressive the contradictions were becoming, how apparent they were becoming. But Israel killed it. Israel is the final blow, straight up.
Violently expel them at any moment, as happened again and again. We cannot, we must not go back to that era. I believe in the state of Israel. I support the state of Israel. If there had been a state of Israel in 1941, dozens of my ancestors would have been able to flee Nazi persecution. So, ladies and gentlemen, whether it's in Israel or in America or around the world, Am Yisrael Chai. The people Israel live. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, you're an American. The country that denied entry to Jews escaping the Holocaust. Which now is demonstrably a safe haven for Jews. since as an American politician, you live here, you've lived here your whole life, you've become the Senate minority leader in this country. It's not because Israel exists. It's because America is also a safe haven for Jews. Yeah. Mom Donnie done broke these people's brains for real.
Ready to go to the parade?
I'm ready, but I invited a new couple. They just moved into the neighborhood. They love Israel.
Oh,
Lizzie,
amazing. Oh.
meet our new friend.
The name is Mom Donnie.
Mom Donnie, you're in my house.
Come and say hello to us on 5th Avenue today at the parade. Make sure you come and grab a picture with your mayor and his private citizen wife. Hey, babe, you ready to go to the parade?
I'm ready, but I invited a new couple. They just moved into the neighborhood. They love Israel.
Oh,
Lizzie,
amazing. Oh.
meet our new friend.
Rapey. Personally humiliating. Hysterical to the onlookers that don't have any sort of pre-established loyalty. Classic Zionist Hasbara operation. It's just like, I mean, it's funny. It's funny. The reason why it's funny is because this is yet another one of those instances where like you did this thing where you thought, oh, this is going to pop. And everyone in the outgroup, which is the overwhelming majority of the population, are going to look at you like you're a fucking insane weirdo. Because you are a fucking insane weirdo. I appreciate sponsors comparing the parade to Jerusalem Day Flag March. The two are interconnected after all. One is an annual crystal knock for Palestinians. The other exists to support that effort. Yep. The cutout of Zoran made it to the parade. Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, they're insane. They have unbelievable rapist vibes too. New York Congressman Daniel Goldman refuses to speak with his own constituents in his district while marching in the Israel Day Parade. Is this what representation looks like? Dude, what is going on, man? What the fuck is happening?
I'm a constituent.
I'm not talking to any. I'm not talking on.
Do you have any message for the Jewish people today?
I have. I'm not doing any interviews, sir.
Okay. Do you have any comment about the?
Respect, I'm not doing any interviews.
I mean, Israel's committing genocide and military occupation in the West Bank.
Sir,
right?
I'm not doing any interviews. Can you please respect that?
I can't because you keep voting to send funds to Israel and genocide.
Cam, how are you? Are you with the media?
I'm a constituent.
I'm not talking to any. I'm not talking on.
Do you have any message for the Jewish people today?
Oh. If he was a member of the media, he'd be fine. Hey man, look, I got the ribbon on. I'm celebrating genocide and apartheid. Can you let me do that in peace? It's anti-Semitic, not the march of these far-right officials of a foreign government. Yeah. Bro, they banned Cenk from the UK. What the fuck? Bro, they banned me from the UK as well. That's hard, though. I don't think it's hard at all. I think it's fucking bullshit.
To make America.
Yeah, Eric Adams was there too, of course. Apparently, they were chanting 4 more years for Eric Adams. Good luck with that. I'm gonna be honest, though. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think they're fucking playing with fire. I think all this stuff is just like you're literally damn near demanding that people learn. Thanks for your support, chatter, and sending me your own tweet. Wemby takes a... It's... the fuck? Mom, why does Hasan Piker love Wembley so much? Hell yeah. Because I know ball. I thought you were taking the day off. I missed the first 4 hours of the broadcast. Well, guess what? You can subscribe and rewind, chatter, and see the entire broadcast in all of its glory. No Lego. Anyway, I'm done for the day. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Will's here. So I gotta go. I gotta go do the podcast. We'll talk about it all and more. We'll do the Lego thing tomorrow.